Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in Hedgehog, Morv, and Sweet on the YouTube stream. Notification gang, let's go. That is so slay. Also, welcome in Kylo. Congratulations on redeeming first. And also, welcome in Brennan and Nico. I hope you guys are doing well. And also, hello dear. How are you? I hope you're doing well. But as people on Twitch can see, we finally figured out the daily redemption, which I changed from shooting stars to just Stardust. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are excited for more of our honor mode run. We're gonna see if we can actually make it into Act 3 for real this time. We still have a couple of things, and I know you're not officially into Act 3 until after you go meet the Emperor. So I'm pretty excited. I'm very nervous about that, because I historically always struggle with that. Also, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch, Hedgehog Morph. That is very cool of you. Welcome in, Robobby. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're doing good, I'm doing pretty good, Nico. Thank you for hoping that. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm very nervous because I don't do very well in this fight, but I think we got it. I think we got it. Also, like, before stream, I was pulling my earbuds out, and, I did accidentally dunk this ear into water, and I don't know if it works. So we'll see if I only can hear with one ear or not. Go ahead and kill the Emperor this time, I'm sure it'll be fine. Dear, I would, but I've already had a lot of people tell me that that's just not possible. It'll end your game. Maybe if we weren't playing honor mode, we would give it a shot. You're gonna do so great? I hope so. I hope so. What are we doing first for Act 3? First things first, we have to get there. Second things first, we gotta take Lae'zel to do the love test. Let's go ahead and pull up the game. Get things going. It literally just kills you, yes. Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that. Sorry, I think when I was streaming Saturday, my mic got turned like way up, like on the actual physical microphone, and I never actually sound balanced it back. So I'm sorry if like the mic gets a little weird. We love sound balancing. I hate sound balancing. Okay. Let's get into this. Do the love test after meeting Orin twice. She doesn't ruin it for you. Oh shit, really? I had no idea. I always go to the circus first thing. We'll try that. That's gonna be new. This is also gonna be, it won't be my first time ever having someone that's not Lae'zel get kidnapped, but it will be my first time on a solo playthrough where somebody other than Lae'zel is gonna have to get kidnapped. Because it's so silly. On my first ever playthrough, Lae'zel was in my, party basically all the way until we went into Act 3, and then I started swapping her out with, like, other people for fun, and to kind of, like, I don't even remember why, but she ended up being the one that got kidnapped, and I was like, oh, okay, and she's been the one that gets kidnapped pretty much every single time. I've watched the XP to level 3 chat plays Baldur's Gate 3 stream the other day where the chat just kept voting to kill the Emperor over and over again even though it kept ending the game. Now that's a chat that I would feel very welcome in. That is so funny. I've never had that happen. What does Orin do during the love test? So when you take the love test before running into Orin, I think runs normally, and then at the end of the love test, the druid lady will be like, oh, but there's only one person on your mind, and then she turns into Orin and is very antagonistic towards you. Is he the love you two share, but someone else is on your mind, someone greater, something like that. Yeah. She's just plays with you a little bit, much like how she does when you run into her, like, as the other characters that she pretends to be. It's very much the same. I had Halcyon kidnapped once and Lae'zel like 10. Honestly, same. I don't remember who got kidnapped on my run through with Roy and Moya, but I know it's not Lae'zel. It might have been Halcyon. I know I know Lae'zel and Halsing could be kidnapped. I know the kidnappee victim could be the child. I'm completely blanking on her name. Not Arabella, but like the kid you adopt in Act 3, the one with heterochromia, and who has the cat. She could also end up being a victim, although in that case, I don't think she's kidnapped. She's just Yenna! Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, she could be Yenna. I think, I feel like I've seen people talk about Minthara being the kidnapped victim, which is just crazy. All things considered for Minthara's story, that's very upsetting. And then I've also heard Gale. I don't think anyone has ever had Astarion or Shadowheart get kidnapped. Honestly, I feel like it would be kind of wild if everyone had equal opportunity, but I also realize that Astarion and like ideally Will and also Shadowheart, they have like some big things going on in Act 3 that you kind of need them around for, especially Astarion. He has a lot of reoccurring things that happen. Feels like a scorn jealous ex if I've ever seen one, right? Which is so funny because when you play as the Dark Urge, she's supposed to be like your, I think technically she would be like your niece, but she thinks that she's your sister. Either way, like close family unit. So afraid Orn's gonna kidnap Gale in my current playthrough. Good luck. I mean, I don't know how you can assure that he does not get kidnapped. If there is a way, I hope you can figure it out. Shads is always with me, so it'll never happen. Yeah, Shadowheart is also usually at my party as well. Speaking of, I think we still have to talk to everyone, and then we need to desperately long rest as soon as possible.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I love that Astarion is just radiating. Is this until he... Replay... Okay, yeah, until long rest. He's just radiating bloodlust. Ball's family tree goes crazy. Ball's family tree, insane. I am excited to try to, like... I'm excited to talk about it when I finally make my Dark Urge video. I know people have asked about it. I am waiting for patch 7. I'm so upset I did not get beta access to patch 7. I'm so upset. But I've been seeing some clips that people have been sharing online. Guys, I am so, like, I've been saying the past week or two that I'm getting, like, Baldur's Gate burnout. I am so excited for patch 7. I think I'm going to start another evil run in my free time when patch 7 drops. I don't think they can get kidnapped, but then again, those guys are always on my team. Yeah, and also I realize that I kind of exist in a Astarion echo chamber on the internet. So none of us are ever going to find out if he can be kidnapped by Orin because he's always, like, literally super glued to the hip. Orin can't capture if they are in the party. Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't, like, 100% know that. Trying to keep him in the party nonstop so she grabs Halsin. Oof. Rip to Halsin. It's kind of funny how if Orin threatens Yenna when she's impersonating your party member, if she survives, she's immediately pissed about it and is like, I have a fucking knife, and if she comes to me again, I'll stab her. Yenna is so funny. And, like, Yenna has been surviving without her mom for, like, 2 weeks already. Like, she's a scrappy kid. She could do it. I believe Yenna would stab her. I play on my PS5, and I'm not playing until patch 7. I want mods so my tab can look slay. I am excited for the cosmetic mods. I'm so excited for the cosmetic mods. I imagine trying some quest conversations, getting characters busy in the other quest line kind of notification, and said characters just chained to an altar somewhere. Oh, that's actually wild.
Fate spins along as it should. Hast thou need of my services?
Did I? No, I've not talking to you already. Okay. I'm surprised to see you here. Yeah. I think Willow would be surprised. Willow's not played this game before. Yenna got kidnapped and killed in my last playthrough. I'm so sorry to hear that. I've never had that happen to me. I guess the game is waiting for me to, like, play so many times to get really attached to Yenna before it tries to spring that on me, so it actually hurts when it happens. Yenna got killed in my last one too because of the AO. An area of effects. Oh, that's so sad. I hate when characters in this game like accidentally die.
Where matters of balance are concerned, I am eternally cold.
That's fair, I guess. You seem to know a lot about the Dead Three.
Yes, Bane, Lord of Darkness, Baal, Lord of Murder, Merkel, Lord of Bones. Once judged,
The edgy three.
ascended, then vanquished as one and as three. The alliance is reforged, mortal. The plains thus quake.
I feel like Withers has been practicing this little monologue. I guess it's not really a monologue, but he's been practicing like how he's gonna say that, because that was very poetic. It was my spell. That's usually how it happens, like an extra punch in the gut. Like, it can't just be like something Orin did. It had to be something that you as the player did. I'm so sorry that it played out that way. That's brutal. I've always been able to rescue the victims, but I never played honor mode. Oh, shit. Hey, luckily for us, Willow is not a spellcaster. I think we'll be okay this game, if we make it that far. I think we'll be fine. I have accidentally gotten Lae'zel mixed up in some area of effect nonsense while she's sitting on that slab. I've had to reload that fight quite a few times.
No.
Okay. Wait, did we already... Okay, I guess we did already talk to him, and it was like... No, I remember now. We talked to Dame Aelin, and it was so depressing because Isabel's dead. Oh.
Stonework is sublime. It's almost a shame to leave this place.
Has Wilburn always been in Moonrise? I have never noticed this man in Moonrise after the big Kethric fight.
Perhaps the Iron Hands could return.
Has he always been back here? I'm sure he has. I've literally never
Helped me
noticed him there
escape
before.
This hellspit. Then took down the heart of Moonrise, Kethric himself. Oh, I'm impressed.
Willow is very
And
impressive.
I'm
It's
not
more
a
so the
man
company they
easily
keep,
impressed.
though. Imagine Withers saying, yeah, I know those guys. I let them take my job because it was boring as fuck. I don't know why Withers is... So, okay, I'll preface this with saying I don't know a whole lot when it comes to how the gods work in D&D. So maybe there is an answer, like, in D&D lore that's just not really seen in-game. I don't know why Withers is so, like... secretive about his identity. Like, maybe he's just retired and doesn't want to be associated with that anymore. He's like, let me live in my elderly peace. Which, sure, fair enough. I can respect that. But I do think it's funny that there's all these hints about Withers being Jurgle, and he's just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not telling you anything. Girly pop legally blind. I don't know. I guess I'm just distracted. Usually there's a lot more people hanging out in this area after the fight for me. Despite what some people might think when I tell them I trust Lae'zel's judgment wholeheartedly. Somebody was really weird about that with me the other day. They were like, I know your playthroughs have a trail of blood behind them. And I'm like, okay. No? No. Only this one. And my evil on purpose ones that Lae'zel would be really upset about. If only Wilburn was also dead. Yeah, I mean, we can make that happen. I fell out of love with Willow after they decided to sacrifice Gale. Now I hope they fail. That's so fair, Kylo. That's so fair. Okay, how about this, Kylo? We'll get to level 12. We'll finish, like, we'll do all the fights at level 12. We'll see how it feels. I'll judge my confidence level on if I think I can beat the end without blowing up Gale. That fight on top of the brain, last time I did it, I was doing so poorly that my game literally crashed. So that's why I was very quick to sacrifice Gale. but I can understand that. If it were Astarion, if the roles were reversed and I was having to hear you justify sacrificing my favorite character, I'd be upset too. Last I saw you were disappearing on a boat down the river. Yeah, what happened with that?
Exit. I hid out on the river until the sky lit up. Couldn't believe my eyes. Especially when I realized you were behind it. I underestimated.
I mean, who else would be behind it, truly?
Who I was and who I represent from you.
Unpopular opinion, but I don't hate Wilbert. I mean, that's fair.
I am Wilbur Bongle, leader of the Iron Hand Gnomes.
When you don't have Barkus around, Wilbur is a lot more likable until you get to his wanting to genocide the Gondians. But, like, that is very, okay. The first time I played this game, I did not hate Wilbert either. I thought he was kind of fun. I liked the line delivery. The man, or the person who acted Wilbur did a very good job. And I was enjoying that. I'm sure you're dying to tell me about the Iron Hand Gnomes. We'll make that man wait. Horrible confession, I saw the fact that Orin can impersonate Yenna and didn't realize that it's not a guarantee, so I just assumed Orin was always Yenna, so I decided to experiment with lobbing a firebolt at her in camp, and due to the fact that you can't kill most kids outside of quest, she just runs off and then respawns when you look away, so that just further convinced me, oh, that's not a normal child, so I just kept shooting her off, shooting her for the hell of it on my first playthrough. That's wild, dear. I didn't realize that if you did that, she would just run away. Kylo!
Mel is trying so hard to find a reason someone could like someone they genuinely despise.
Fair. Yeah, low-key. It's also, when you really, look at Wilburn's story, he gets a little bit harder to defend without sounding like you also support genocide and, other questionable, extreme things. If I recall, he's supposed to basically hang around and be the caretaker, essentially, so him doing this would be undermining them, so I assume that's why he goes by Withers. That's fair. That makes sense, Kylo. That does make sense. Wilburn's, actually just irredeemable for me. He was a slave for a while, ended up in jail, got freed by a stranger, then his stalker best friend finds him, then shares his idea of vengeance with his savior. I mean, yeah, that is definitely one way to look at it. And if you spin his less desirable characteristics as anger and resentment for how he was treated while he was a slave, you could definitely make a very compelling argument to why Wilburn's not that bad. From Wilburn's point of view, Bongle is the strange one because he doesn't share the same affection Bongle has for him. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe Withers is contractually obligated to play pretend, and this guy is not breaking the contract. He's just very committed to the bit. Gale isn't even my favorite. That's so fair, Kylo. That's so fair. F. Wilburn Bongle, I don't give a F about this motherfucker's problems. Nezu, I see you are, quoting the theme song for Wilburn haters everywhere. I think you can beat the brain, but I support Gale blowing up. Really? Okay. I'm very nervous. We'll see how we've been going once we get to that point in the game.
We are inventors of the highest order, matched, perhaps, but never surpassed by the Gondians at the High House of Wonders. But our forebears were foolish, complicit with Saravok's madness over a century past. And so, we were banished. We still are to this day.
Do gnomes have a similar lifespan to humans, or do they live longer or shorter? What's the gnome lifespan? I'm no scholar of history. What are you talking about? I love this option. I would have picked this option the first time I played this game, before I learned about all the ball spawn stuff. Saravok, the ball spawn?
The very one. It's the only mistake the Iron Hand Gnomes ever made. And it cost us everything. I have fought.
You're not allowed to have less faith in yourself than I have in you.
Okay, I'll do better. I'll do better, Kylo. Also, thank you again for the bits.
I filled appeals.
Imagine being short and you live like 50 years because of your race. Oh, okay. So they only live 50 years. That's crazy. That's wild. I think they live longer, but I'm going by Tolkien lore, not D&D. Okay, and I know I know it's different, but I also know that in Dungeon Meshi or Delicious in Dungeon, the half-foots have a shorter lifespan because Chilchuck is like a considered a middle-aged or like older man, but he's only like 27. 300 to 50 to 500 years. Oh, okay, yeah. 300 years, okay. Was Wilbert around 100 years ago? Now I want to know more. Good luck with that.
Your cause is just and righteous, friend. That's all.
I was off, my bad. Don't worry about it, Raimi. There are certain things that are very much dependent on what rule set you're going with and what universe you're looking at. Nezu is so real. Nezu is real. Welcome in, Mark. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
Thanks to you. You did well to defeat Kethric. But Kethric was only the first to fall. There are many more battles ahead, and they will not be so easily won. You will need allies.
I'm gonna miss this voice. We're never gonna hear it again. Good, thanks, and Yuma. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing pretty well myself. Doing pretty well. I'm very excited to make it into Act 3. I'm very nervous, but I think it's gonna be fine. I've made more progress on my Tav Blightthorn playthrough. Did some stuff, now I'm in Act 2. Moonrise is cleared. Yo, nice! You're making very good progress. Halflings are more like humans, and gnomes are more like fae. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That was a characteristic of the races and their lifespans. Just gotten... Honestly, that's so slay. That's so slay, Nezu. Getting Moonrise cleared, I feel like, is a pretty decent, like, accomplishment. Like, that's... Once you do that, Act 2, it's, like, already almost done. I always tell myself, and then I spend, like, 2 hours in the Mind Flayer colony. Yeah, I have allies.
The makings of a leader.
I say
Your
when most of my
actions
usual
have already
allies are dead.
inspired those around you. But if we are to succeed, we will need others.
I will seek more allies in the city.
I'm glad to hear that. Baldur's
I
Gate
can't say
may not
anything
know
about
it yet,
Shahira or
but
Halsin.
its fate is bound to ours. Seek on its streets those whose purpose aligns with our own, and invite them to our cause. Together,
Okay, so
we
we're
will
gonna
put
start
an
an
end to the
anti-absolute
absolute.
cult.
the chosen.
If you
or
take a wizard to the in-game battle, all you need is a couple of invulnerability orb things, and you can clear it without a scratch. Okay. Kylo, you're hyping me up. I feel like we can make that happen. My main plan is to finish my playthrough with Tav. I might do Brain just so I can see Godgale for once, since Blightthorn is romancing him. It's going to romance chart. Ooh, I have heard that romancing Godgale is pretty fun. It's a lot better than just, like, being friends with Godgale, because when you're just friends with Gale, Godgale is really lame. He's really lame. But I've heard some things that happens when you romance him, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense, I guess. That's a little bit more compelling. I have allies. I have Withers. Yeah, no, this playthrough has been so, like, unfortunate. Yeah, the shadows remain because we're bad at the game. Okay. Long resting, please. Watch the bleep out, Mistra. I'm on a mission from God. Literally, I despise Mistra. I think I hate Mistra more than I hate Shar, even though they're both, like, equally shitty. I think it's just Mistra is shitty in a way that I I just am like personally upset about more so than Char is, even though they both suck and they groom people into basically following their whims. All right, we'll talk to Will first. We got a lot of yapping to do at camp.
With that parasite in his brain, Father could wreak untold
Cool
havoc in the
monk
Absolute's
pair of
name.
boots when you enter the
She
astral
will
prism.
escape
You might
to
want
the
for Willow.
Absolute. Every one of the coast
Yes.
cities will be ripe for the plucking.
Yes, I'm
We're
gonna be
not just
taking
fighting
so
for
many
our
notes in that
king.
astral prism
We're
on how those
fighting for
monks
my
fight.
father. We're fighting for the gate. We're fighting for all of Faerun.
Yes, so real, Will. The anti-absolute cult will be called the unlikely because absolute is like probability. Yeah, I'll go face the wall. Do you guys want to join the unlikely cult? In honor mode when fighting Raphael, you know that thing I didn't plan on doing? Yeah, it was a game of knock his ass to the ground, shrink him, and have the wizards eat spells at everything that moves. Oh, yeah, you can shrink people. I've never actually done that in this game, but shrinking people, like, that could be fun. That could be fun. You're going to love Gale's origin evil ending. I won't spoil it, but definitely check it out. Nezu, if you have, like, links, drop them in the Discord. Please. I saw, Shadowheart's evil ending. I don't know if she went, if she was a Dark Justiciar, because she still had her, like, straight across bangs, so I was a little confused, but her hair was black, so I'm inclined to believe if a player was going to, take over the world at the end, they probably also was a Dark Justiciar as Shadowheart. But I saw the Shadowheart's evil ending today, and I thought that was pretty slay. On it, I cannot wait to watch those after stream. Globe of Vulnerability is key in the big boss fights for Act 3 for sure. Yes, I cannot do the Answer fight without it. It is a necessity.
Yes, but first a question. If your home were under siege,
Karlach's
what would you
evil-
sacrifice
oh.
to save it?
Karlach's evil ending was the most heartbreaking for me. I hadn't even considered... Karlach and Will are gonna be like a punch in the gut for me, because I have seen people talk about how if you're going to play an evil ending, playing it as Karlach or Will is just objectively like a more compelling story, because they're characters that wouldn't normally do those things. So if you think about like what pushes them to like break their morals and abandon their moral compass, that's fascinating. Hannah, welcome in! Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well.
As would I.
Okay, we gotta be nice to Will.
and more. I was
Gods tend to
17.
turn into personalities matching their
Father,
domain if they were
Older
mortals, I
Raven
think.
Guard had just been named a Grand Duke and was
Oh,
called away to
okay.
Elturel to help settle a dispute. That's when the cult of the dragon made its move.
that's
Cult of the
interesting because we
Dragon,
know
a fractured
we know
religion.
Baal is a freak.
Some believers hold that undead
As a
dragons
god.
will inherit the world. Others worship the dragon goddess Tiamat and intend to summon her to Faerun.
But I think I've also heard that like the Dead 3 were not super great as mortals, so I never like considered their personalities changing because of their domain. That's interesting. Will's evil ending is him killing Karlach in Act 1 and not saving his father in Act 3. Can't wait. Yeah, I've found out recently that if you play as Will, or if you just have Will and you kill Karlach, you actually get things from Mazora, which I had no idea Mazora actually gave you things. The cult of the dragon had infiltrated Baldur's Gate. We're just gonna let him continue his
10
story.
day after Father left, I heard a
My
whisper as I
favorite Gale
slept.
hater. Hannah is
Dusk
also my
will
favorite
appear.
Gale hater.
The Queen of Chaos awakens. Go alone. I grabbed a rapier and set out. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, yet not a single star was shining.
That's
There
so
they were.
ominous. I wish we
Gathered
would have
at the
had like
foot
an
of the dome.
animation for this, the
You'll
way we
have
do
tears.
Shadow Hearts.
Will wants to show you what happened.
We should have gotten an animation for this. I know it takes a lot of time and Will was like last minute rewritten, but this would have been such a cool animation. I will never be getting these things from Azora. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's so fair. I never looked into how Mystra was represented in Baldur's Gate 3. I felt like she wasn't malicious, if maybe somewhat manipulative. Yeah, I think Mystra is terrible in Baldur's Gate 3, but I will also go to bat for Gale and like any of the companions. I don't care. I will go to bat for them. I will kill gods for them. But I've also heard people say that the way Baldur's Gate presents Mystra is not entirely faithful to how she's normally presented. I'm not as familiar with that, but that is something that I've heard a lot. We should have gotten more content of this. The mantra of will likers. Yeah. I mean, it just would have made sense because, like, the will wants to show you what happened. This is literally exactly what happens whenever you have this with Shadowheart, and you get little flashback animations. So, like, where's my flashback animation?
In the looming shadow of the mount, 5 groups.
You think it's been
of
taken
5
down?
figures,
Ah,
each
that's okay. If you
encircling a
wanna,
totem. Atop each
I'll keep an
totem,
eye out for him. I know I saw
dragon's head is
the
carved.
Shadowheart evil
A
ending
massive
on
orb
TikTok
held in
this
its
morning.
mouth. The cultist
Starian's
triumph.
evil ending is still up
First
though.
soft
Is that
fear, then
the
cry
sun
into the
god ending?
starless
I heard people
sky.
talking
There
about
is a
that, and I
crack of
really want to know
thunder,
what's
a
going
gust of
on.
wind, and a
I'm gonna have to look up
dragon's
these evil
right
endings
head
later.
appears in the storm. As the maelstrom howls, Missoura's lips press to your ear. She will destroy Baldur's Gate. Grant me your soul, and I will give you the power to save it, she whispers.
That could have been such a cool animation.
She read the terms while 2 devils stood witness, and I said yes. 1 soul for 1 city.
It's a brave choice.
I don't know that it was brave. I just know that it was right. The moment I agreed, I burned with the fires of Avernus.
I do want to
and
say though,
oozed the rot
for
of
anyone
this.
who has already seen like the patch 7 evil endings,
The
there are some
cultists
people in our
choked on our
community that
poisons and
don't want to
burned
see
from our
spoilers.
flames.
So if you do share
When we were
things like in the
done,
Discord, just
all that remained were
do like the
5
spoilery stuff
greyed
to
orbs
block it
atop a
out
pile of
and
ash.
keep discussion of it
My
very like
soul was
minimal
bound.
in chat.
My
Sorry,
lips
I
were
just
sealed.
remembered I was gonna share some things with some people that I know hang out and stream sometimes. But I had asked them like, hey, do you want to see these things? And they were like, no, I don't want to know about it. I want to walk in blind. I'm like, okay, fair. I should have said that sooner when this came up. But then I was like, because I don't care about spoilers, but I also forget that most people do care about spoilers. Okay. Is that how you
It
lost your
is
eye?
The one scar I ever bore of it.
I think
Mizora
Gale's
replaced
ending
it
is
with
still on
Ascending
YouTube. I'll have to
Stone.
look for it.
She uses it to track my location and speak from a distance. I could flee to the spine of the world or the depths of the lower dark.
Are
and
people
still
okay?
never shake her.
Is it like part of the terms of being in the beta that you're not allowed to share stuff about it? Or is that would be like the only thing that makes sense to me for why some of the endings might have gotten taken down. I know they're not gonna do more with the game, but I need them to the game just not done. I need more. Hannah, I think the best thing they could do for me personally, I would love some sort of like animated series, because they did little animated shorts for like promotional reasons. A little animated series would be so slay for me. I would be very normal about it.
She didn't. She came on order of her mistress, Zariel. Tiamat made a play for power.
Animated shorts are so funny. They
Zariel had other
were.
plans.
They were so
That was
silly.
the most Mizora's ever said. All that mattered was that she
Just
got
want to
her
know what Larian is
prize.
working on next.
Another
That's
pet
fair.
added
I've
to
only
her
ever played
warlock
Baldur's Gate 3
menagerie.
in terms of like Larian properties, so I'm not as invested in the company itself, but I am excited to see what the vibes are gonna be. Because I really love the writing in Baldur's Gate, and I'm assuming it's gonna be a lot of the same people that wrote on this that's probably gonna write on the next thing. I don't actually know how game studios work, but that's my like assumption is that it is a lot of the same people from project to project. So I don't know if I'm gonna play it, but I am very curious as well. Can't really think ill of Mistress since learning that Volo is one of the chosen of hers. That's so fair, because if you can love Volo, you can't be that bad. Volo is so slay. Volo in Baldur's Gate is so slay. I realize that he is a character that has existed long before Baldur's Gate 3. Love them to go full arcane with Baldur's Gate 3. I would love that. I don't know who currently owns the rights to the characters. It might not be Larian, all things considered. But it would be really cool if we got, like, something like arcane. I remember I saw this post calling Larian Baldur's Gate Studios that had me dying. That's so funny. That's so funny. I know there were people in their comments eating them up for that. Wizards of the Coast, I think, owns them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, especially because with the Magic of the Gathering cards, only really, it doesn't, like, say anything about Larian. And they're, like, doing all of the Baldur's Gate stuff right now. I ordered the Astarion cards today. I was very excited. I'm gonna frame them. I don't play Magic. Like, I know how to play. I have played it before, but I don't collect cards to play. I only have the Astarion ones that are coming in, and then, like, some Miku ones. I'm gonna frame them. How do I put it? Divinity Original Sin 2, previous Larian game, is more whimsy. Like, the game has lots of gales. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I could enjoy that.
He returned to an unsuspecting
I'm so
city
excited. The
with a
Will Starion
wayward
card,
son with a
dear.
smirking devil at his side.
Dear, me too. I
tried
was
to tell him the truth,
crazy
but my
about
mouth
it.
couldn't form the words. I'd led him to the battlefield, but Mazora had swept it clean.
The Will Starion card goes harder than the
showed him
Gale
my
Starion
stone
card.
eye,
I loved the Gale
but he
Starion
only
card. I don't
turned
have that
away.
one. I don't have any of the
After,
Baldur's Gate cards, and I
he
just
said
ordered
only
the new
one
Astarion
word.
ones. I want to get the old Astarion ones too, because I think that'd be fun.
So I did.
But, yeah, the Will Starion one, crazy. They made that specifically for Will Starion shippers. Curious if the new D&D edition will include this game. Will we get confirmation of the canon ending? Will it affect the canon timeline? Either way, it won't affect me at all because I don't play it, but still. I have no idea, Kylo. I have no idea. I don't think they would have the rights to, like, the story of Baldur's Gate. Cycles of Abuse Studios? Wait, are all of their games about the Cycles of Abuse? If it's just one game, I don't think they can take that title. But if it's every game, they can have the title. That's so funny.
You saw Gortash, didn't you?
I did see
What the
Gortash.
fuck was he doing down there? Is all of this because of him?
The tadpole, the absolute. How?
Hey, Hannah, how do you live your life being not only Karlach's #1 wife, but also Gortash's #1 wife? How do you do that? How do you juggle it? Yeah, we'll tell her. We'll tell her that.
Never have protected a Baynite, even a
That's a
decade
creative
ago.
way of spelling confirmation.
I looked after that fucker with my
I
life.
did not even
I
notice.
trusted him.
That's
He
so
gave
wild,
me
Kylo.
away to Zariel
We
without
love
a second
creative
thought.
spelling.
And now he's looking to ruin the entire
Speaking of
Sword
creative spelling, I'm
Coast.
so fucking embarrassed. On the video that I uploaded Sunday, I did little subtitles at the very beginning, like the audience retention, the audience retention subtitles that, like, everyone was doing on YouTube for a little while, just because I thought it'd be funny. And I spelled globe, you know, globe, Globe. That's how it's supposed to be spelled. I know that. I think most English-speaking people know that. I spelled it Gloab. I guess in my defense, I was on a lot of cold medication, but, like, I did not notice it until after it had already been uploaded, and I was like, damn, I'm not fixing it. That's embarrassing. Wizards of the Coast has rights to the story and characters. There's a 5th edition D&D module that's a prequel to Baldur's Gate 3 with what happened in Elturel. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of cool. That is kind of cool. I need to see if my friend's husband has that or is planning on getting that, because I know both my friend and her husband are very into Baldur's Gate, and we talk about it sometimes when I go visit. That's cool. Atomic Baby versus Coughing Bomb. Yeah. Fair. We'll do it together, whatever it takes.
Can't get away with what he's done.
It's very conflicting, but
To
I just
me,
look at pretty faces and
to
forget the
us.
rest. You're so real, Hannah. You're
He
so
won't get
real.
away with
Hannah's
it.
never been more real in her life. I feel like Divinity Original
The
Sin
engine, it's getting
2
hotter.
was more people
Louder.
swept onto
I
greatness
feel
from
like-
more powerful
Like
beings.
it might burn out completely. And soon, if I don't find some way to fix it. You know, Zariel may have put the fucking thing in, but Gortash gave her the go-ahead. You expect this shit from devils, but not from the people you care about.
We didn't get to talk to Damon at all with her, did we?
Let's get to the city. Got business there I'm highly fucking keen to attend to.
Rip to Karlak. I feel so bad. She's so hot. I need her. Hannah, I hope you get a Karlak. I hope you get a Karlak soon. Also, Barmy, what do you mean when you say swept onto greatness for more powerful beings? It's been a while since I last played. Could be wrong. Just noticed the Evangelion t-shirt, slay. Thank you. It's one of my favorite animes. It's so fun. Gortash is the atomic baby and Karlak is the coughing bomb. Gortash being described as an atomic baby is so funny. You're so right. He would hate being called a baby though. We should do that more often. Okay, does anybody need to speak? We gotta talk to our girlfriend.
I've noted your growing obsession with me.
What can I say?
You favor me above Astarion. I suppose
That
I
is-
should be flattered.
You should be very flattered. That is a very hard thing to do. You're so kind to me. Gordy baby, Dirge, you're so right. You're so... Gavel, you get it. You get it. We're not calling Gortash baby. Okay, but like, it would be so funny because he would hate it. If you walked up to Gortash, you were like, hey baby girl, he would be so mad. I think he would hate it. Like, I don't think Astarion would love it. I think it would annoy him a little bit, but it'd be like, endearing. Gortash would hate it. He would be so upset about it. We're gonna kiss Lae'zel. We absolutely are. I can't stop thinking about you. It's beyond explanation. This is literally me about Astarion. I need to seek help.
I am Lae'zel of Kalir, born of Mother Gith, an enviable specimen even among my people. Of course you
She knows
crave
her
me,
worth.
just as I crave you.
I really love Lae'zel's story arc and the way that it's like very similar and essentially the same as Shadowheart's, like in the religious trauma way, but they're coming at it from two completely different angles. Like Lae'zel never has to figure out what she is worth the way Shadowheart is. Like, she knows who she is. She knows what her worth is. It's just finding her place in the world. We love Lae'zel. We love a self-confident queen. Do you know that meme of Wolverine longingly staring into a framed picture? Gordy Boy has one of those with Dirge that he sighs dramatically at every night. You're so right, he does. He so does. And I would argue that the Dark Urge has one of Gortash as well, because you don't write a homoerotic letter about begging for forgiveness because you admire Gortash without being the kind of person that would have a framed picture that you sigh longingly into. I love kissing whoever I'm romancing after a boss fight or any fight covered in blood. Raimi, you're so real. You're so real.
I'm listening. Here. Now.
It's camp. It's not
If it weren't
public.
apparent, it should be. I'm not keen on such outward displays of our flesh bond.
I respected that last time. I feel a little bad persuading her into doing this, but I got literally exactly the bare minimum. They are in love, Your Honor. They are in love. When is our homoerotic duel to the death cutscene, Larian? Where? I would love that. That would be so fun. Honestly, though, that's just if you're playing Redeemed Dark Urge and you go to kill Gortash. They're so precious. She is not happy. Honestly, I don't really care to ask about anything else. I'm just ready to not be as close to death as we are. Pausing to stare at the Yuri. We love Gith Yuri. We really do. Alright, everyone is doing well. Now we can go fight the Gith. Oh, I'm so nervous. It's fine. That's Griffith. I have not read Berserk, but I keep seeing, like, over the past, like, decade, I have been seeing pictures of Griffith, and he is the most beautiful character I've ever seen in my life. I know that Berserk takes a lot of inspiration from, like, Rose of Versailles and stuff like that, and you can really see it in Griffith's character design. I know Griffith commits atrocities. I know that Berserk, I'm familiar enough to know that, like, Berserk is not a light read. I really am gonna read Berserk, though, just for Griffith. I saw a picture of Griffith the other day, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to read Berserk. It's gonna have to be done. Is that the one with the furries? No, Berserk is not furries. You're thinking of Beastars, Hannah. I know I said that when I do my evil run, I'm romancing Mindara and forcing myself not to romance Astarion for a fourth fucking time, but I've started thinking, well, past the Act 1 party scene, Minty doesn't really have much romance content. And when else am I ever gonna romance Ascended Astarion? Fucking ill. I have a disease for this man. Me too, dear. I romanced Ascended Astarion. I was also playing Dark Urge, and I was, like, intentionally being an antagonistic freak towards him. Because I thought it would be funny. I actually didn't need to jump those vines. I thought it would be funny. So, we were, like, kind of the worst for each other. Berserk is very, very good. Griffith is definitely not a good guy. Yeah, I've heard Griffith is, like, literally the worst. But he's so pretty. He is so pretty. Why would they make such a pretty man be so terrible? I hate it here. But I'm very, very interested in reading Berserk. Berserk review video when? I don't know. I don't know if I ever will make a Berserk video. I'd have to read it first and see if I have, like, anything worth saying about it. Because I don't know if I want to be just simply, like, a review channel. But maybe it could be fun. Is this? Yeah. That's the road I need to be on. Do you think Kethric could hit the thug shake? And if so, how well? So, I think he could, I don't know if he actually would do it. I don't think he would do it. But if he were to make an attempt, I know all of those joints would be creaky. Every single, like, bones rattling. The creakiest shake.
The psionic detector is sounding. Blackhead's warriors are upon us.
Yeah. Okay. We got this, gang. Gith Yuri, it feels like Christmas. Our Gith, honestly, I'm so glad. I love a good enemies to lovers plotline. That's why I like Shadowheart and Lae'zel. But I don't know. Handcrafting Willow specifically to romance Lae'zel was so fun. I'm so glad that we did it like that. Who would win if every Baldur's Gate 3 companion played Mario Party? No, because I know Lae'zel would take Mario Party so seriously. She would take it so seriously. Astarion, I think, would also take it seriously, but he tried to play it cool. Like, if he was losing, he'd be like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just a game. But, like, deep inside, he genuinely really cares. If he were winning, oh, that man would gloat. That man would gloat so much you would think he was possessed by Gale. And I say that with all the love in the world for Gale. I don't know who would win, though. I feel like Shadowheart would be surprisingly cracked at Mario Party.
Carefully now.
I think she would be surprisingly good at it. We'll put Lae'zel there. And I guess we'll put Shart here. Astarion is winning Mario Party slightly offhand. Sleight of hands is for the win. I could see that. I could see that. He would be so annoying about it too. I know that man would be so obnoxious. Okay, I want to topple first.
Well, Wargaz failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
I mean, we'll see about that. I forgot to cast aid on the gang. It's fine. It's like, what, 5 hit points? We're fine. We're fine, gang. Detonate the chi of a creature resonating with you, hitting the creature and anyone within 5 meters of it. Do I need to be... Okay. We'll hold on to that. We'll hold on to that.
I will take the artifact for my queen.
I didn't realize that everybody was surprised. We're gonna focus the avatar of Blackith. Paralyzing critical? When did I get that? Guys, I'm so cracked at this game. What? Okay. We love to see it. We love to see it. Fainting attack? Is that the one that makes him? No, that doesn't make him fall. What does fainting do again? Use both your action and bonus action this turn to attack a target with advantage and bonus damage. I don't need that right now. We already have advantage. Open Hand Monk is so cracked. It really is. I really enjoy playing it.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Okay, Shadowheart. Are they standing in water? It low-key looks like they are. Do I want to insect? Nah, I will just do this. Yeah, there we go. I knew they were standing in water. Oiled up, not oiled up and naked. Who's winning, Voss or Kethric? What are they doing? What is the competition here, Gavel? I feel like Shart would girl failure her way to victory, while Minthara girl bosses her way to defeat. Yeah, I could see that. Minthara takes it like way too seriously, but she's just horrible at Mario Party. Shadowheart and Lae'zel are good enemies to lovers for a fling, but they're so similar they'd make one another so much worse. And those dynamics, I think, are very fun to explore in fiction. But yeah, I could definitely see that. That and Gloomstalker Archer is my favorite thing. I love reclassing Astarion into that. It's literally so good. Throwing it back in a circle, obviously. I feel like Voss would win. Voss would definitely win. Okay. Oh yeah, I can conjure us. He's just our little guy. I love that. Okay, you're already paralyzed. So we'll just... But this does 20 to 40 damage. That's beautiful, actually. I just want to try this. I've never done it before. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
NANI?
That's so good. Okay. I love being a monk. I love it. This is great. Not my best work, but it was a rush job. Please turn your attention to the Baldur's Gate 3 section of the Discord at your earliest convenience. Oh? Do you mean this as like for everyone, or is this something you want me to like play on stream or put on stream, Kylo? I avoid the Gith at all costs. They are hard to fight. They are hard to fight. But if we can't fight these patrol out here, what chance do we have of actually finishing the game? Truly. Either or. Okay, we'll finish this fight. Damn, not the arrow of many targets. Us saved you in the Kethric fight. MVP. So real. Us hard carried. That was so slay. Kethric is gonna do his damnedest, but Voss has more experience with pleasing men. Orpheus. I'm so glad that you also agree Voss is in love with Orpheus. I don't know if Orpheus is in love with Voss. I would like to say that he is, but I am also aware that that might just be me being a little delusional about old man Yowie. That did so much damage. We love it out here. Oh, literally everyone's taking damage. So we'll walk until Willow is in view. There we go. Voss and Orpheus are perfect. Wait, I cannot. Oh yeah, peak. Peak old man Yowie. Sorry, the word is like partially covered. Need a mod to rename us to chat. That would be so funny. It would be really cool if, okay, I don't think it would be cool at all. It depends on the streaming community. It would be really funny if, somebody, like, coded a mod that, changed us to chat, but also made it to where, like, chat could control us. I feel like that would be possible. I just don't really know what that would look like.
Swift and lethal.
Okay. So, Soulbreaker. Was that a bit much for somebody who only had 14 health left? Most definitely so. But it's fine. We'll lacerate. We'll fail to lacerate. Us? Is this real? Is this real us? I love that. I just think that's so funny. I also just really enjoy a good meme about like the way Twitch streamers interact with their chat or like mods and stuff like that. It's so silly. Slayzell? That was pretty slay. That's why we call her Slayzell out here. Yeah, this last guy, not standing a chance.
This was right. The Quanith alerted us to the hunters.
Bro, they barely did anything to us. I mean, I am gonna have to short rest. And then we are going to cast aid. Although I don't need to cast aid at this point. Like, we just walk down the street. Gorded up on a Gort's day afternoon. Hannah stays gorded up.
They will emerge from
My Gortash love is very conditional on if Dark Urge is around or not.
Only just fate.
I'd like to see a mod where Us appears as a cat. That would be so fun. It'd be funny to have a Twitch integration mod so Us as chat just has a speech bubble and you can redeem to have chat say things. That would be really funny. I like that. I like that a lot better than the idea I had. Concept. AI is evaluating how messed up comments are and dishes dissonant whispers accordingly. That would be so funny. That is also a really good idea. I can't help who I love. And I respect that, Hannah. I really do. I'm in a similar boat with the Starian. I'm aware he's not the best person on the planet. But I'm still gonna treat him like he is the best person on the planet. Because I think Baby Girl deserves it. I'm also aware no one else thinks that. One of my favorite jokes is streamers saying, mods ban that guy, unseriously about someone in chat. Very king with his guards. Yes, I love when people make the jokes about how like streamers call to their mods the way kings call to their guards. It's so funny. Character idea, bard who just screams as loud as they can when they cast Vicious Mockery. Me. I can never come up with anything like funny and witty to say for Vicious Mockery, which it's my favorite spell, but or my favorite cantrip. I have avoided using it on my current D&D game that I've been playing with some friends, mostly because most of the group I don't know super well, so I don't want to fumble a lame Vicious Mockery in front of people I don't know very well. I support you. Thank you, Hannah. I know if no one has me, I know Hannah always has my back. Mods, take him to the dungeon. Mods, banish this man. That's so funny. I'll back your mocking. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you. Hannah's in the same D&D game that I was just talking about. If and when crowd control Baldur's Gate 3 drops, it's going to be a wild ride.
The path ahead
It is. And we're gonna play it if I can figure out a way to make it not cost real money. I know a lot of crowd control stuff works with like bits and like costs real money, which is why we haven't really done anything. There are like mods for Minecraft where you can have like chat controls Minecraft and it's through channel points. If there's a Baldur's Gate 3 mod that will work like that, we are so using it. I don't know how to integrate that with YouTube, but if I can figure it out, that'll be slay. I love D&D because I can twist every single campaign into a found family story, and it's so yummy. I love that for you. The current D&D game I'm playing, most of the player characters were all from the same circus. And there's one player character that is not from the circus, but they have begrudgingly joined the group, and it's so funny. Guys, there's Rivington. We're basically here. I know we still have to like do the Astral Prism fight and then we get to officially be in Act 3, but Hannah, your mans. It's your mans. No, they're in the circus. I mean, we keep saying they are, but the character definitely does not agree that they're in the circus. I love begrudging allies. They're my favorite. They're so fun. Zuko Core. It is low-key Zuko Core. Bard whose Vicious Mockeries are just all your mama jokes.
Sergeant.
Me.
If you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure. And preparations for my inauguration.
Just say really stupid things. You could literally say you fight like a mouse. My deceased grandmother means quicker than you. If you were any rougher, they'd be calling you sandpaper. Thanks, Kylo. I'm gonna remember that. They don't all have to be witty and funny.
Forgive me, my lord.
Post cutscene would be the perfect time to view the Discord. Okay, slay.
The people are afraid.
Perhaps the people would be calm if you kept your nerve. I expect better from the flaming fist.
The way he swung back around.
Tremor in the earth. Get back to your duties.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping. Yes, sir. No, sir. Rip and cut your throat, sir.
I wonder if Orin ever released her SoundCloud account.
Give me a reason to cut you to ribbons.
Control yourself.
Orin spitting bars here. She absolutely is.
Reuniting the stones
I'd say I fucked your mother, but who hasn't? You know, just to be a dick. I did do one really good Vicious Mockery on an older game where I basically killed a man by telling him he looks like he's never felt the embrace of a woman, which is very funny because my character definitely has never felt the embrace of a woman either. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what you did say is very common automod stuff, but also I get in people's chats, especially my friends, and I get automodded all the time. Don't even worry about it. Orin, I feel like Orin cooks all the time, but she especially cooked, gourmet cooked in this scene. This is such a good scene. I know I've been yapping through it, but we love this cutscene. I fuck with Orin. I have a character who is just like her, who loves killing people, but she has to force herself to kill bad guys because it's a bad habit. That's fun. I like that. That is a fun character, like, to explore. I know it's basically like the same premise as Dexter, but it's a fun little thing to play with. People say I'm antisocial, but with people like you around, who could blame me? Taking notes on that one, Kylo. That's actually kind of funny. Hot take, I'm not an Orin fan. She kind of creeps me out. Hannah, that's part of the appeal. if the people that I like, I say this loosely, if the people I like and I'm attracted to are not a little bit freaky, what is the point?
Beyond the campsite, the city waits in uneasy silence.
I have a player who's an arsonist who's exactly like that. That is so fun, Kylo. Gourmet cooked. Gourmet cooked. Me when Gortash cooks. She's not hot enough for me to ignore the bad. That's fair, Hannah. That's fair. I think she is, but I think she's pretty, and I know me being attracted to someone is very different than, like, someone who's not sex repulsed, asexual, being attracted to someone. I'd ask you to take me out, but it seems you're already failing to do so. I know you said they don't have to be funny, Kylo, but you keep dropping bangers. All right. I know, like, there are some people that want to chat. Yeah, we'll chat. Gail's gonna tell us that he needs to go to the bookstore. They just dropped the latest volume of his favorite manga, and he needs to go get it.
I was supposed to sacrifice myself to stop the Absolute. Yeah, I don't think I could have gone through with it, in truth. And I'm glad that I didn't, given what has come to light.
Oh, that makes my, hesitant decision. Why is Karlak right next to me? I mean, I'm not complaining, but she's never been next to me in this cutscene. What? I'm an unabashed, I can fix her, but I want to see where she's going. I can't fix her, but I want to see where she's going with this. Orin like her, but also same as Yumel. It's more of an aesthetic appeal for me. I just think Orin's fun. I like her character, but like it's more so of a I enjoy the presence that she brings to the screen, and less of a I think she can do no wrong. I don't think any Orin fans thinks that she can do no wrong, because her doing wrong is part of the fun. Gail, please be quiet. Yapper of Waterdeep. Listen, as a fellow yapper, I can respect the yapper of Waterdeep. I'd call you my enemy, but that would imply you're a threat. Damn, that's crazy. She needs to see me. She misses you, Hannah. You need to play Baldur's Gate. All right, we'll give him a chance.
But more importantly, the crown that it wore.
Ah, the fashion of the Elder
Without seeing it
Brain.
for myself, I could sense it. Netherese magic. So pure, so complete. I doubted what I was feeling at first. Most Netherese artifacts
He would know what that felt like, wouldn't he?
the faintest amount of their former power.
I love Gale. He's like my stinky little rat I nurtured back to health and cleanliness. No, I feel that. I feel very similarly about Astarion. Like, that's my little guy.
Destroyed along with
We built that man.
No matter. It exists.
But no, Gale also has that exact same vibe. The little, like, wet paper bag, sopping wet cat of a man that you picked up off the side of the street and nurtured back to health. Feeding Gale magic items, like little bits of cheese. Exactly. And it's so funny because you only give him like 2 or 3 magic items in Act 1, and then he never has to eat again. Even if you spend like 1,000,000 hours in Act 1. What do you suggest?
We need to learn more about what we saw. An artifact as powerful as that crown must have been documented somewhere.
He wants to go study.
We'll soon find ourselves near one of the finest book collections.
They're like sea monkeys.
Sorceress Sundries.
I love that.
And learn all I can.
Not gonna lie, I hate that in most good endings for Gale, he apologizes for Mistra. Like, boy, be quiet. She doesn't deserve your time. I also hate that because, like, hi, Blue. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're just about to rant about Gale's endings again. But yeah, Gavel, I also hate that because I know not everyone agrees with me on this, but I am, like, very adamant that Gale's storyline is about a man who has been groomed by his goddess. And that would make Mistra, like, his groomer, his abuser, although that might be, like, a bit of a strong word given the circumstances, but I think it still applies. So that's, like, and I know it's not exactly the same, but that's like telling the 16-year-old teenage child that got groomed by a 27-year-old person to apologize to the groomer for how they reacted to the abuse. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. A groomer and a loser. Mistra's gonna... Gail's gonna, like, whatever the fantasy Twitter, Faerun Twitter, Gail's gonna, like, just mention something about Mistra. People are gonna realize what happened, and then she's gonna have to pull out the ukulele. Guess who's unemployed now? Welcome to the club, Blue. I hope that you are able to get plenty of rest, and also, but now I know you're starting something up, like an apprenticeship up in a few months. Definitely pick up some hobbies in the meantime to keep yourself busy. Also, picking up some hobbies or things to keep yourself busy will probably potentially help with the thing you're going through right now. We share the same brain cell. Mistra with the ukulele on the couch. Do you guys think Mistra would... Okay, what YouTuber apology would Mistra do? Would she take the dream route where she finds all of this stuff and, like, evidence to debunk it? Or does she go the Colleen Ballinger route with the ukulele? Or does she do... What was, the most recent one where he never actually apologized, but he played a song called I'm Sorry at a DJ set? Just not even, like, actually acknowledging it. Whatever apology she does, I will draw it. We love to clown on Mistra. I agree with your take on the Gale Mistra dynamic. Yeah, I think most people here do, because I'm very, like, loud and annoying about it. Sounds like an excellent idea.
Kind I have.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, Gale.
Is unparalleled. Nethery sex are hardly commonplace, but I'm certain they'll have one or two stashed away.
This man is not neurotypical. We love him for it.
If my suspicions prove to hold water, this could be the answer to all our problems.
Okay, slay. I feel bad for Gale on my Astarian Origin run because at first I was gonna make it a Bloodweave run, so I was being really nicey to him and flirting, and then I came back to it later and decided to do a Will Starian run instead, so I had to dump him, and I've been more characteristically bullying of him since. You picked the two most monogamous male characters in the game. That's so funny. I was doing a Bloodweave run, but then I deleted the save file because I just didn't like playing as the Origin characters. But now that I'm, like, seeing that the Origin characters had so much flavor to the game, like, I kind of want to try again. I just miss the characters when I play as them. It's so stupid. My Karen Mistra headcanon is getting more traction, I see. Not Karen Mistra. Everything I do at the moment is just laying in my bed and sleeping. I haven't left my room since 2 days, I think. Blue, I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real. That sounds like a depressive episode. You should probably... I know it's really hard to claw your way out of those. Trust me, I get it. You should definitely make a little bit more of an effort to, at the very least, like, go sit in the family room or something. Like, just get out of your bedroom. I don't know what all you have, like, in your area that you could, like, go do. But at the very least, like, sitting in the living room. A change of scenery. But definitely, I hope you're able to start feeling better sometime soon, Blue. I apologize that you mere mortals cannot see the grand scheme of the gods. She would do some shitty apology like that. She would say, I'm new in the office, it's all the previous CEO. Like, it's not me that had an established record of grooming, that was the other guy. I know I said I'd stop, but you're much like me as a child, no one liked me either. Damn, that's crazy. It's hard, the heartbreak is still fresh. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think I can really, like, fully understand that element of what you're going through. But I do know that, like, just finding ways to fill your time and finding, like, things to do with yourself will help a lot. Drawing her with the ukulele right now? Oh my gosh, Amy, that's so funny.
Cazador and his rite of profane ascension. An imperious soiree. attended
I
by
hope Astarion knows deep
and
down that Willow is
spawn
not going to let him ascend.
a grand ceremony to honor one exalted vampiric master.
Like, we're not going to let him do that.
Him to an unfathomable station.
I am excited to see what the role is, because I've heard it's an easier role if you're not romancing him.
The world will yearn to kneel and offer their necks.
To Cazador? I mean, I don't think Cazador's ugly, but I also don't think he has the riz to get the world to kneel and yearn to offer their necks. Like, that's a bit of a stretch. This scene is so good. Too bad he's annoying. I think it's like, I think he is trying to be annoying on purpose, but it's also like, Astarion, you never really talk like this. What are you doing, buddy? Sounds as if you envy him.
Of course I envy him.
Do you think Gort and Dirge got romantical in prison? Oh, absolutely they did.
What Cazador has done.
Oh, absolutely they did, Gapple. He's a theater kid, leave him be. I mean, I can respect that, I guess.
Take his place before his blood can hit the floor.
I don't know. You'd kill to take that power from him? Will already knows the answer to this.
What's a hand for the wretched servants?
Come seeking blood and soon you'll be bleeding. What a good one. Would be a good one against a vampire such as this douche. It is a good line. It is a good line.
I think I deserve something better.
Freedom is not the same as power. We're gonna be Wise Willow for a moment. I don't think my stats reflect that, but...
If an opportunity arises for me to become a more magnificent bastard than I already am, why turn it down?
Because it's a downgrade. You get lame when you ascend. You say stupid shit.
The other spawn,
he turns cringe.
And be finally positioned for yours truly to ascend.
I will say, now that I've, like, played Ascended Astarion and I've put into context, like, his cringiest lines, he does give me less of an ick. But he's, like, baby girl, that's a downgrade. I felt sorry for Elminster having to break the news to Gale in my first playthrough. I was 100% behind finding an alternative way for my good buddy. Yeah, same. And, like, we can see that Elminster does care a lot about Gale. Like, Gale is somebody who is very dear to Elminster. And I also think Elminster, like, has all this extra guilt because Elminster was also Mistress Previous Chosen, and I think it's not too crazy to assume that Gale and Elminster were both treated very similarly by Mystra, so Elminster, like, really knows what Gale probably went through. Cazador speaks and asks, like, a recent former boss, having Astarion destroy him was very cathartic. It was very cathartic. Like, I don't know anybody that, I don't have any experiences in my life with people that would remind me of Cazador. But I can feel that. I feel very similarly about the Emperor, because I've had a couple of, like, past experiences with people that was very much like how the Emperor treats the player, and I felt, Mark. Just realized Two Bards fighting is basically a rap battle. It so is! It so is! Hit us with your best vicious mockery. I stand by it. The two good vicious mockery lines I've ever said was, so context. One of my first ever D&D campaigns I ever played, there was this, like, one of the little, like, villains we came across had kidnapped a child. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I think I might have just been simply, like, you look like a pedophile or something like that. Like, it was a joke along that line to the villain, and it killed him. So slay. And then the other one was the one I mentioned earlier about, saying the pirate we were fighting looked like he'd never, like, felt the embrace of a woman. That he was maidenless. That was probably my best one, actually. I just realized my headcanon, when emotionally stressed, Astarion starts to talk in the style of eloquent elven poetry books that he was forced to read for better manners or something. Yeah, I could see that. I also vibe with the headcanon that he comes from nobility like beforehand, because he does mention being a magistrate, and we know if when you play like the as his origin, that that was not a lie. We'll find the other spawn. We know that it's not a lie. I am of I'm of the school of thought that Astarion only became a magistrate through nepotism. Shout out to the time Mr. possessed someone for 6 years and only left their body after making them have kids. Just being silly. That's crazy. That does sound illegal. That is wild. Who wrote that? Who just, like, okay. First, I know Mistra is not supposed to be an evil god. I would say that sounds like evil happenings. But I know Mistra's not supposed to be evil. Who wrote that? That's crazy. I think a lot of it comes down to less about what you say, more about how you say it. That's fair, Kylo. That's fair. It's that thing. He only does this sarcastically. That's, yeah, I could see that.
To consult me?
I do wish to consult you. You must be glad Kethric is dead.
I take no pleasure in his passing. Whatever faults he may have had, Kethric was a great leader.
That's fair. I also love Minthara. I'm romancing her on a multiplayer game, and we got into Act 3, and I did the love test with her, and I love her so much. She's just so cool. It's so slay. Not gonna lie, I've heard the guy who wrote the original D&D stuff wasn't, or isn't a good dude. Yeah, I've heard the same, which is wild, because when people want to fight me about how, like, the portrayal of Drow in D&D is not actually racist, and I'm the weird one bringing politics into things, like, I will admit, I don't always convey my points very eloquently. There are certain things that I thought were well known within the D&D community, so I just like offhandedly mentioned it in videos. Apparently that is not the case. I needed to have brought receipts and research into like why things are the way that they are, or like the political statements that I make or whatever. I think it's dumb to consider racism as politics. Yeah, I've heard that too, Kylo. When people want to say D&D's not racist, y'all are just weird. It's like, actually, it kind of is. The original guy who made it literally is, and wrote it into his story. It's the same way that Harry Potter is intrinsically racist and anti-Semitic, because J.K. Rowling wrote that into her story. Minty is amazing. I love her so much. Me being your one true ride or die makes her my numero uno. And it's so satisfying to see that as a Dark Urge, like, because she is very excited if you accept Ball, because the power, right? But she's also very proud of you if you didn't eyeball, because you're standing up for yourself and you're becoming your own person.
Life was crueler to him than death.
The simple creature, if you're loyal, I love you. That is so fair, Gavel.
He found his strength in Merkel. I believe he was an honorable man, but the gods used him as their plaything.
Minthara and I would be such good
Shah
friends.
And her sister, then the three behind the absolute.
I'm okay. Maybe Minthara is where I picked up a lot of my ideas on Kethric, but she's so right. She's cooking. Welcome in, Domino. How are you? I hope you're doing well. My brother came in when you started talking about a star, and he was like, "Not again." I bought a poster of him and put it on my pin board of family photos. That's so funny, Raimi. He does belong with the family photos. He's family. Oh, thank you, Blue, for the hydrate. I do want to say to people over on Twitch, we have the shooting stars, which is a daily redeem, and it like counts out the community thing, but I also added an individual daily redeem, which is the stardust, where you collect stardust and you like build up your number. So I think those things are fun. I like to collect things. So just so you guys know, I did get that figured out and added that in today. I'm well, how are you? I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. I've had a really good day. And I'm also very excited because in 2 days? What's the day's date? How do I count? 3 days. Technically 2. On the 30th is when the next saga for Epic the Musical drops, but the day before, literally, okay, I know I try to only stream until 10. I think Thursday I really am going to try to cut off around 10, like for real, because around that same time is when Jorge's going live to like show the new songs and like animatics. I'm so excited. We need a way where we can redeem community shooting stars. You do! Wait, what do you mean by that? The shooting stars one is a community thing, because I counted it wrong. So that count is, like, including everyone. Minthara is the supreme frenemy. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. She's also the only one that finds the Slayer form kind of attractive. She's so real for that. I feel like Gortash probably did too. But maybe he didn't. I don't know. I do think it's funny the way Astarion's like, oh, well, look at you. Just don't claw me or anything. I think Astarion was really funny about it. There is a disgruntled former employee. That's fair. The end of the month sounds pretty exciting. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm very hyped for it. So Mel, about killing gods, I'm recently coming off your vid about Karlach. There's a lot of plot about Zariel out of the Baldur's Gate 3, and I was wondering if you're up to discuss some things that turn up in the Descendant of Avernus. If you're planning to personally play through the story blind, I don't know your life. I honestly have no plans to play through that module. I know absolutely nothing about it though, but if you wanna talk about it, go for it. I have no idea about it. But I also usually, so the people I play D&D with like to write their own things instead of playing through modules. So I don't see myself playing any pre-written module anytime soon. I just had a message I tried to send appear in my chat, but beneath says your message failed to send. Never seen that before. That usually happens with like internet issues, because I've had that happen to me in other people's chats, and I think it is like internet issue. Because if it's like a modding thing, it will send and then just say you get modded. You're surprisingly soft-hearted sometimes.
It is a sharp mind that feels sympathy for one who suffers unnecessarily, not a soft heart. I saw strength in Kethric that had been diluted by pain, but I will never forgive him for handing me to Orin. For that, I hope Merkel hollows out his bones and lets them be dust.
Fair. I mean, I don't really... I've gotten to where I'm, like, not interested in having lore conversations anymore. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this big scary thing over with.
The events of the last days weigh heavily upon you. Sleep's rest is slow
Average
to come
German
to one
Wi-Fi.
whose mind is so
Rip.
full. The Absolute is not a god, but an elder brain controlled by the chosen of the Dead Three. They mean to use it to take control of the Sword Coast.
Not the Sword
All who
Coast.
carry the tadpole are governed by the brain, and
So we
by
know Willow's
extension, the
not gonna do
chosen.
that because they haven't even
will
like
take
consumed a
but
single
one
tadpole.
order
I've
to
not even
transform
used
them
a single
into
bit
an
of
army
the
mind
Illithid like
flayers.
dialogue options either.
This would have been your fate too, were it not for the astral prison.
For some reason it won't let me redeem the Stardust one. The button's grayed out.
With her
Really?
help, you have uncovered the cult for what it...
Wait. Let me fix that. I might have messed up. I think I might have made it redeemable once per stream, period, and not per user. Let me fix that real quick. Okay. We're gonna make that... Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, I updated it. Let me know if... You might have to refresh the page to get that to work. I updated it. Hopefully it works. TLDR of it is... I think the concept of racism has its place in fiction, but it does seem the original author of D&D had a particular specific hatred. Yeah, and like, I don't think it's my place to say that like racism can't be present in fiction at all, because people should be able to write about things that affect them, like, for sure, and all that. But I think we can also acknowledge that sometimes when racism is put in fiction, it is done from a place of maliciousness and not actually exploring societal biases. And I know a lot of people like utilize D&D to explore societal biases now, so like there is that. But you could also argue the idea of like choosing to make the drow be like the dark skin or whatever was probably not a great idea, or like came from an internal bias, whether the guy who did it realized it or not. But yeah, I don't think we should be able to say like what you can and can't portray in fiction, but I think we can also like be a little critical of whether or not it comes from malicious intent or like an internal bias, or if you're just like exploring it, because there is a difference, and I think it is pretty easy to tell the difference if you like start to actually look for it. Give me a good voice claim for my D&D character, and my life is yours. What's your D&D character's vibes? What are the vibes? Who did that guy hate? Pretty people? Right? Because every drow I've ever seen has been absolutely stunning. But I've also mostly seen drow in Baldur's Gate, and most of the characters in Baldur's Gate are stunning. It works! I'm so glad that it works! Sorry that I had it set up wrong. I completely overlooked that and goofed that up this afternoon. Surprising amount of things in D&D is just a long chain of weird dudes following some vague tradition. It's charming mostly, but there's some harmful things. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's weird that some D&D players, there's a specific type. There is a specific type. And I told my parents, because my parents have never, like, been into, like, that kind of nerdy stuff. I told them recently, I'm like, I get it, why you never got into that thing, because people your age that have been into that thing since you guys were young have been saying some really weird shit to me on the internet. I get it why you never played that. Oh, this is a Githyanki specific answer. For everyone of this evil, I will be the one to cleanse the plane of the absolute. Absolutely we are. But yeah, there's a very specific type of D&D player that is, like, very weird about acknowledging issues with things. And it's like, okay, I'm not personally attacking you. You didn't write it. Why are you being weird about it? You can redeem it more than once? I don't think so. I don't think you shouldn't be able to. I think people who redeemed it earlier, before I fixed it, maybe. Yeah. I do need to check. You're so right. I keep forgetting to check the Discord. I'll do that now before I forget again. What did you said it was on the Baldur's Gate 3 channel? Okay. Do I have... No, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna throw that thing on stream. I don't want to display capture because when you add a display capture and then it shows OBS, that's so overwhelming to me. That's so overwhelming. Why can't I have it look for Discord? Wait, what? Hello? There we go. I'll throw that in under the overlays so it looks nice. There we go. It's what we were talking about earlier. Thank you, Kylo. That's so funny. I love that. That's so funny. We love Dirge Tash edits. I love them. Pretty sure the implications are why more D&D media lately has been leaning more towards drow are purple instead of they have shades of dark gray to black skin like the player's handbook says. That's fair. Yeah. Also, I don't think this was actually part of the decision-making process, but if Baldur's Gate would have made all their drow be gray, it would have looked too much like Homestuck. It would have looked too much like Homestuck. We can't do Homestuck again. The drow was built on with R.A. Salvatore and Ed Greenwood. Before them, they were all evil worshippers of the Spider Queen. Salvatore created Drizzt, which became one of the more popular D&D heroes. Yeah, I've had people bring up Drizzt a lot, and like the things that have been added to the drow since, and I think that's cool that they did that like work to actually make the drow people. That's honestly really cool. Greenwood created the Seldarine drow, who were good and expanded on both good and evil drow pantheons. Yes, and to add that world build, that's just really fun world building. Welcome in, Space Racer. How are you? I hope you're doing well. You can't be defeated? It's really funny because I see you have the Kethric icon, and that's literally like last time we streamed this, all we did was defeat Kethric. It's okay, I can click on it, but it won't. Okay, yeah, it should be grayed out, but I don't know. Maybe it'll look normal next stream. You finished Mistra? Yes, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Very nearly did a second one where Astarion was the picture and Wolverine had your head, but I don't know. I didn't know if it'd be weird to crop someone's head onto it without knowing I'm friends with them. That would honestly be really funny. That would be so funny. You guys want to see what my friend... Okay, I know we're like really off topic, but you want to see what my friend drew for my birthday? Wait, I think I think I saved the image. Let me see if I can find it. When I put it in here, it will take up like the whole screen, I think. Yeah, this is what my friend Noel drew for my birthday. I thought it was so funny. They like have such a funny relationship with my Astarion obsession. Because we met through Black Butler stuff, and then I got really into Baldur's Gate and Astarion, and they were like, Astarion has literally stolen you from all of our projects. But it was such a good time. I love that art piece. It's so silly. 10 out of 10. It's so funny. I love it. They fleshed out the drow lore from what it was in the first edition monster manual and the first modules. So it is cute. I love it. It's so silly. I really wish that we would get like, I guess we don't need an official expansion on goblins, but I do think it's interesting how goblins, like in Baldur's Gate specifically, because I can't speak for D&D as a whole, but in Baldur's Gate specifically, goblin and drow are both like groups of people that the game kind of pushes you to be like slightly wary of, but like definitely still see humanity in them, kind of. More so drow than goblins, but we do get to see goblins as people, even if they are like, I mean, you guys, if we've all played Baldur's Gate, we know how the goblin are. They're a little wild. They're a little mean. But like, they have personalities, and I feel like that's more than some D&D works do for goblins, at least that I've seen in the past. And we get a choice on if we want to actually like kill all the goblins. I don't know. I just find it kind of interesting, like, how much humanity is granted to goblins versus other things that are normally seen as, like, default enemies. It's something I think about sometimes.
You will not have long to wait. All you need to do now is...
Send it into the server, but look at it whenever you want. If you don't mind me showing it on stream, we can look at that after we finish the Astral Prism stuff and or lose the game. Whatever ends up happening with this fight. But if you don't want me to show it on stream, then I'll look at it after and it'll be fun. Sure? Okay. Alright. Feel free to send me a reminder if I get to yapping and forget after we finish this. Call me asparagus. Minsk is so funny.
Willow stared up at the sky, hearing the voice in her head that posed a question. She simply didn't care. Uninterested, she could think only of the swamp.
Thank you for expanding the Willow lore, Kylo. Also, thank you again for the bits. Yeah, Willow... has one thing on their mind, and that's the swamp. Can I go here? And then walk to the portal? That was so slay. I love that call me asparagus line though from Minsk. Do you have to have Jaheira to recruit Minsk, right? Like, he's not gonna give you the time of day if you don't have Jaheira. That's so sad, because I love Minsk so much. Willow would have loved Minsk. Classic D&D, goblins and orcs were kind of the default bad races to fight without second thought. Yeah, I've noticed that just in fantasy in general as well. Me think so, yeah. Okay. That's so sad. I love orcs so much. Evil only orcs D and I. Orcs are very fun. I've not made an orc character myself, but my brother and my sister both like to make orcs and just like non-traditionally attractive type of characters. But I think it's really funny because my brother made an orc that looks just like one of my friends that my brother does not know. And I looked up at my screen because I was like watching my brother make his character, and I was like, why did you make my friend? And he's like, what do you mean? So I pulled up a picture and he's like, that's so funny.
Help me. I'm under attack.
For a game called Dungeons and Dragons, I feel like we should be killing more dragons. Right? Finding more dragons in dungeons too. Like, Dungeon Meshi could do it. Why can't we? Alright, gang. Let's get in there. Please follow me. Please They didn't follow me. Okay. We can make this work. I have 10 key points. Okay. I'll just start off with... We're gonna topple. All I know is topple. But then we'll just do a normal punch. I love ugly characters. I don't care what anyone says. They look so good. I really need to like challenge myself to make more like ugly characters, because I feel like I make like I have a very specific like I have two aesthetics that I gravitate towards when making characters. And I feel like I try to make them too pretty. Okay, what do we... I don't want to use all of my spell slots. You're joking, not the miss. Welcome in, Pyramus. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Sometimes with the hours I've put into forging my own D&D-like game, I do take pause and go, wow, it would have been so much less effort to just use D&D rules and establish world building. That is so fair. That is so fair. A lot of fantasy, I feel like, does fall back on D&D things, or like become inspired by things that were inspired by D&D, because I know a lot of Japanese anime, fantasy anime, are heavily inspired by JRPGs. But JRPGs, a lot of them were inspired by wizardry, which was inspired by D&D. It's always D&D. I'm not gonna look at the far realms. She has 16 health. We can take it. Okay, maybe if we crit miss, we can't. But I am also standing like right here.
It's not over. Come to the skull.
Wait, was there? Wait, gang. I realized there was a chest behind me that I want to go look at. So I didn't look for official position on this, but I feel like it was in early design to really go to Avernus, probably pick a fight with Zariel, and if there was not some soul-changing stuff for her in before events of the game, then she would probably turn up not guilty of the outright evil done to Karlach, and her motivation was in line with Will, surprisingly. That's interesting.
Should mind my step.
That is very interesting. What happens if you let that get KO'd? should probably kill him, though. Honestly, I think they just stay there and nothing happens. But I also am looking for some boots. They didn't even have them. Rip. Okay. Where are these boots at? They're probably on the people that are down there. That's fair. When it comes to making characters in Baldur's Gate 3, I make them all pale, and I just think I'm literally black. Why do I make no characters that have my complexion? Oof. I also tend to make very pale characters, but I think... Okay, so I know the last character I made, I was going for Cybergoth, and I wanted to have, like, clown makeup. So I wanted, like, a clown white face, or as close to it as I could get. But I also just tend to make pale people in general. I don't know why. It's like a disease that it sounds like you also have. What happens if,
Help me.
Honestly, I know I've already read that, but when you, like, leave people KO'd, they're just, like, they're KO'd for the rest of the time you're there. But I think if you were to come back, you can't come back to the Astral Prism. But, like, in other locations, I think if you were to go back, they might wake up, and it would be a thing.
Come to the skull.
Oh! I didn't know that there was, like, someone up here fighting. I mean, I'm gonna go to the skull, I think. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go see that ugly squid freak. There's so many other great RPG systems, but metaphysically speaking, D&D takes so much space as the one which is most easily recognizable. Yes, it is the one that's, like, I guess, the most mainstream, I think. It's definitely the one that gets talked about the most and represented the most. Okay, the honor guard down there. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Spoilers for Karlach ending. Fun fact, Act 3 was originally longer, and the actual good ending for Karlach was in the upper city of Baldur's Gate, which was cut. I have heard that! I'm so mad that they cut that. I know Hannah's also probably really upset. Essentially is now referenced raid to get blueprints to fix Karlach, only it would have been in the city as opposed to Avernus. That would have been really cool if it continued with that. But I understand the decision to cut it for, honestly, Act 3 is so overwhelming as is. Like, I'm glad they cut it, but at the same time, like, it seems like we needed an Act 4. Yeah, I think you have mentioned it in a previous stream, too. Unless characters are only temporarily hostile, then characters being KO'd is mechanically identical to death. Only temporarily hostile characters wake back up. Okay, that's fair. So we know Willow's gonna save Orpheus. Like, come on. We're playing as a Gith. I feel like that's the obvious choice for Willow. It's also the choice that Lae'zel would be the most happy about.
Do anything. I am your ally. We are in danger.
Geek abomination. By the one true sky. What is this madness?
I am asking myself the same thing, Lae'zel.
Protection against the absolute.
Mainstream and gets defaulted to. Yeah, for sure gets defaulted to.
Don't let my
I know at, like, conventions, like anime conventions, are kind of the only ones I've been to.
I'm the one that's been protecting you. I am the one that came to you in your dreams.
Crazy. I know at anime conventions, TTRPG spaces are, like, predominantly, if not 100%, just D&D. I don't think it's fair to say it's 100% D&D, but the one time I did go to a TTRPG thing at an anime convention, it was just D&D. That was, like, the only thing going on. It could have also just been the day and the time I was there. But that is, like, the assumption, is that it's D&D, even though they didn't say D&D. Wish we could go over level 12. Once I reach Act 3, I immediately get to max level and get too bored to do everything. Leveling up compels me. Honestly, I love that we get so much time to play in that, like, max level space.
Willow pondered on her decision to sacrifice Gale. Have I grown weak? She thought. Are these people around me a sickness? I've never backed down from a fight before. Is this what fear feels like?
It is what fear feels like, Kylo. Also, thank you again for the bits. It is what fear feels like. Again, we'll see what we feel like in our level 12 fights if we make it that far. And if it feels like comfortable, then we'll keep going. Well, I don't know. I don't want to promise that. Okay. We'll see. We'll see what the vibe is when we get there. How did I only notice the elf song music playing during this part recently? The elf song music is just quite literally the song of Baldurin. I'm assuming most people watching a Baldur's Gate stream right now have at least have gotten that far in the game, or have watched other people get that far in the game. I do make that assumption mostly because we've done it on stream like 2 or 3 times now at this point. Prove to me that you are who you say you are. Yeah, we'll go with that. But back to the level 12 thing. I do like being able to play in max level a lot. But I do know that higher level D&D stuff gets crazy, and I would have loved to play with some of that. But I also understand, I've heard people talk about how, like, from the standpoint of, like, balancing a game, it becomes very difficult once you get some of those higher level D&D spells. Do what you need to do, I'm just fucking with you. That's fair, that's fair.
From her soul cage. You let me live. Last time you were here, though it brought Blackith's wrath upon you.
Oh yeah, Blackith's wrath.
I told you about my room in the Elsong Tavern. That night when you held me, I was vulnerable. You comforted me.
Why did we hold him? Why did we do that?
And not a mind.
Oh, maybe it's because... Yeah, no Willow would have done that without knowing.
Now, help me.
I do love doing this. I can't attack the Mind Flayer.
Destroy the god. They prevent me from subduing their master. Do it now.
Aid an illicit against Githyanki. We cannot. We must not.
Lae'zel, baby girl, we don't have a choice. I'm trying to make it to the end of the game.
Fight with me for your own survival.
I gotta make it to the end of the game.
Together, we can turn.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Okay. Why did it put me all the way back here, away from all the gifts? It's fine. I'm being a little overdramatic. Okay. Okay. Key resonance. I hope they don't Uno reverse that key resonance onto me later. That would be actually embarrassing. Okay, we stunned. We are stunning. I'm gonna walk back here. I have so much movement speed. Sorry, I just like... It really set in there how much movement speed I have. Okay, there's that guy up there. Destructive wave? Necrotic radiant. I didn't realize I had that spell. That's so cool. That is so cool. We love to see it. Is that... That might have been a spell that I didn't pick. We just got it for being the type of cleric that we are. I'm not a Baldur's Gate 3 fanboy, but still, if they would make a series or movie out of it, I would definitely watch it. Me too, Blue. We were actually talking about that earlier. I would love some sort of like animated series or something. I would absolutely watch that. Can Gith blow their noses? I would assume so. It would probably be a little bit different than how we do, but I would assume so. Destructive Wave is such a slay spell. That is the first time I've ever used that spell in this game. Get it for Tempest Cleric. This is the farthest... Okay, that's a lie. I had one Tempest Cleric that was my Karlach Kisser run. We got into Act 3, and I got to my Karlach date, and I haven't played since then. But that is the first time I've ever used that spell in this game. That was so fun.
Time to strike.
Alright. Lae'zel, this is gonna be so easy. Yeah, we should probably focus the one with the most health. Guys, I was scared for nothing. Literally, this is... I thought this was supposed to be honor mode. Like, come on. What is this? Tree amulet to... knowledge of... Okay. Yeah. Oh, against aberrations. We don't need that right now. That was so slay, guys. Baldur's Gate 1's level cap is 10, and Baldur's Gate 2 level cap was about 20. They went up to 20 before? That's so fun. Powers in D&D do indeed get crazy powerful at level 16 and up. A wizard can cast Wish once a day? I didn't realize it was a once a day spell. Okay, Wish being a once a day spell, you best believe my Spawnastarian romancing ass is walking up to Gale and demanding he use one of his wish spells on baby girl. That's canon. Not the crit miss. Can I get a breakdown of how much damage Call of the Week? That man had so much health. Okay, why did I think he died? Sorry, I think... Wait a minute. Why did I think he died? I'm so confused. What did I see? Either way, I can live with that. That's decent. Don't get cocky, girly pop. Real. Fair.
Destroy the honor guard.
Although, we did kill the one that had almost 200 health. That was pretty slay. If you put Baldur's Gate 3 into perspective of a real D&D game, everyone is different, but a lot of people would never even consider the endings this game has. Personally, as I would likely be playing as a wizard, I would likely aim for a similar goal to Gale, only not to try and fight Mystra. Others would want to use the Illithid army to force order across the planes of existence. Real D&D or D&D-like games usually is only limited by DM discretion. Yeah, that's fair. That is absolutely fair. And I will say with Baldur's Gate, like, I think they had a very specific narrative they were going for, because at the end of the day, while it is based on D&D, it's not D&D. So the DM can do a lot more railroading, and that's fine. But yeah, that's so fair. The possibilities are literally endless. Karlach, yeah, I have a Karlach Kisser run. I have so many runs that I do off stream, and I have romanced pretty much everyone off stream. I haven't finished everyone's romance. Gale, my Gale Kisser is my game with Hannah, and we're still in Act 2. My Karlach Kisser, I've basically finished her romance path. I just have to finish the game now and get to her epilogue. I've romanced Will on stream. I have a Shadowheart Kisser run that is still in Act 1. I have a lot of Astarian Kisser runs, as you guys know. We stay kissing Astarian in this household to the upset of some of my friends. That's okay. Saw critical hit, 3 damage. Yeah, and then I thought we got a Call of the Week for some reason. I thought we got a Call of the Week that killed him. I don't really know why I thought that. Like, in hindsight, it was a little silly. Okay, I have no one else. I have no one to hit. Why are you friendly? Who dominate? The Emperor. Where's the other girl at? Oh. Okay. I didn't even see her up there. 0 damage. That's crazy. Nice. I just keep kissing Astarion and Karlach. That's so fair, Hannah. But yeah, I've been trying to romance every character, because after I did the deep dive videos into them, I've grown to have so much like love and respect for all of the companions, and I want to like go through all of their arcs. Did you save? You did save on that. Okay. Wishes once a day, but only if it's replicating another spell or doing specific things. Anything outside of that has a chance of being twisted like a genie wish, and or having a 33% chance of never being able to cast it again. That's fair. That's fair. There's safeguards for using wish, constant possibility to lose this spell, and if the DM doesn't tell you outright they're okay with exact wording, then you're on shaky ground. That's fair. That makes sense. Feel so sad my romance spawned Astarion. Why does he have 2 kisses? This is criminal. Honestly, that's fine. Spawn Astarion really has like, there are 3 or 4 different kiss animations that he cycles through. I know Ascended Astarion has a couple of like unique kiss animations. And I know those tend to be fan favorites. Which, so fair, pop off. Do your thing. Will not stop complaining. The thing about Ascended Astarion that absolutely kills me is just the fact that the way they announced the new kiss animations was with Ascended Astarion kissing Gale, and something about like Gale's like face makeup and his eyes. Fear looks way stronger on Gale than it does like anyone else. Like, fear is so pathetic on that man. And I mean, I think most people here remember that trailer, but it's so funny. It's so funny to me. For instance, I know in the final session of our current run, before we move on to the new game build, I know for a fact one of the players plans on attempting to ascend to godhood and then essentially being a god of silly, goofy trolling. I also know the other players are unaware of this, provided they succeed the roles. I have every intention of canonizing the events and adding a new god to the list. That is so fucking funny. I love that. That sounds so fun. Okay. We gotta start attacking this man now. Oh, there goes my bonus action. Okay, Shadowheart, can you actually hit him from over here? Oh, you can. I'm not trying to write essays. Don't worry about it, Kylo. Don't worry about it. I also get into people's chat and write essays sometimes. It happens. Oh, you also have Scorching Ray? What do you have that gives that to you? So funny how one of the small updates patch 7 is doing is making the kisses in the Ascended Astarion kiss look less afraid because of the overwhelming fan response of why is my character scared, they're into it. Like, I understand that because when I was romancing Ascended Astarion, like, I know my character, my evil dirge, my little freaky tiefling, would feel more anger than fear with the way that Astarion treats them. But at the same time, I think it's crazy that they're changing it because they very clearly had a very specific, like, thing in mind. And there was like a very specific story that they wanted to tell that they are now diminishing to satiate fans who are ignoring the story that is trying to be told here for the sake of living out some like freaky fantasy. And I say freaky fantasy, most like not saying that they're freaks for enjoying that, but like that's the nature of the fantasy. I say that with love and respect. Cooking? Thanks. I love to cook when it comes to Baldur's Gate analysis. It's a fair assessment. I also just get mad when people change their stories based on like fan reception instead of what they actually want to tell. Thank you for that, Kylo. Thank you. The bit about Gale knowing he was, removing the Gale knowing he was groomed, like, I can understand if they want to take it back and like have part of his arc realizing that's what happened to him. But I don't think it got, if that was the plan, it did not get implemented very well. But yeah, it makes me so mad when people like diminish the story they are trying to tell. Don't make Astarion be handling this cutscene, because he is not going to pass that role. Tell Twitch chat we love yappers. Twitch chat, don't even worry about writing essays. YouTube loves the yappers.
That was too close. Don't look at me like that.
Like
I am
what?
a mind flayer. Yes. Without me, you would be a slave to the absolute.
Damn, that's crazy.
It's obscene. To owe my life to a damned gay.
It is obscene.
No more lies, no more tricks. I will have answers.
Okay. One of my friends is an artist. I donated her money because she was struggling. I didn't want anything in return, but she's still making a commission for me. Artists be like that, Blue. That is very kind of you, though. You are a very generous person, Blue. The work of building the framework for everything can be grueling, but being able to have every session be canon and written into the lore brings me joy. That is really fun, Kylo. You enjoying the game? I am enjoying the game Space Racer. This is definitely like my favorite game of all time, for real. With Wish, the DM has to apply the letter of what was said, not what the player's intention. As a DM, my players did not fully think through what they wished for to sometimes catastrophic effect. That is so fair. So it's like basically like a genie, I think. That's fun. That is really fun. Mel's YouTube community versus Mel Twitch community. No, you guys are holding hands. It's not a versus. You guys are friends. It's my tab. Why are they giving me a narrative? I'll freak if I want to freak. And that's also fair, Hannah. But I think when you're like, when you have something like a video game where, yes, there's player input, but at the end of the day, like there's a structured narrative that we're being delivered. That's where I think we shouldn't have as much say on how they change things to take away from the story that they clearly put into the game. I also am mad when they took away Gortash's fruity letters. Give me back Gortash's fruity letters. Those were so funny. The only change I want is that you can't tell Gale you don't need to apologize to that bitch, and also I want to confront her personally. Yes. I think it's wild what they like did to Gale's story. I want them to give Will a story. Period. Didn't know that intent was that mechanics in the city can adjust Karlach to being on material plane. My thoughts are on that most characters here put these incredibly cruel deeds on Zariel, but then she's absent from plot and we never have to talk about her motivation. There's a lot to talk about, the Blood War and the original city of Karlach. Yeah! I do think it's kind of, like, the game puts all of that anger on Zariel, more so on Gortash. Like, obviously, Karlach does not like Zariel and has suffered a great deal at her 10 years, like, working for Zariel. So there is anger for Zariel there, but in terms of, like, her heart, like, she pins all of that on Gortash, which I think is interesting. But also, Gortash is, like, the tangible character in the game. My generosity is on pause now because of my unemployment. So real, Blue. So real. Give them to me. It's on site when I see Zariel. Hannah, good luck. Good luck, Hannah. Why is Ascended Astarion telling me to kneel like my tab can literally lift him by the ear? Why is he? Yeah, like, he was telling Tempest to kneel. Tempest was my evil Dark Urge, by the way, that Ascended Astarion while romancing him. He was telling Tempest to kneel, and meanwhile, Tempest is, like, killing people on the street just for interrupting us for when we're trying to lockpick. Like, killing, like, doing the most. It's like Astarion. You're literally asking for Tempest to, like, rip you apart. Gives yes, a proper Minthara romance would be so nice. Okay. Tell me everything.
I was someone once. Someone just like you.
We'll see about that. Did you also come from the
adventurer.
swamps?
I came from Baldur's Gate, though I was never one to be constrained by circumstance. I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure. To a colony of mind flayers who caught me, changed me into
Not the mind flares. I hate this storyline. I don't mind the storyline for the Emperor. I think it is very effective.
The one you know as the Absolute.
It is definitely very effective.
I was enthralled like any
Plot
other.
twist pissed me off so bad. I know originally the Dream Guardian was a manifestation of the tadpole in your brain and not like the Emperor, which that would have been really fascinating if they kept with that.
But there are plenty of them, rarely missed, and they fueled me while I did my work.
Wild.
I had the good fortune to meet Duke Stelmane. We formed a partnership, and through her, I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield, the largest mercantile operation in Baldur's Gate. People referred to me as the Emperor. Such was my influence, though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a moment.
I was.
Man's peculiar. Welcome in, Cheyenne. How are you? I hope you're doing well.
Was discovered by the tyrant himself.
Don't remember when was my last time I played Baldur's Gate 3. It's probably been a while, Blue.
And brought me back to the brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call the Emperor.
Not Hannah barking because Gortash was on screen for 2 seconds.
The name was intended as a slight, to remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown fond of it. It encapsulates well who I've become.
Sure it does. Sure it does. First chapter of our session, an NPC was shot with an arrow and the player said, "I'll pull the arrow out." And that, of course, killed the man. Lessons were learned about consequences that day. Rip. Everyone knows that you don't just, like, pull things like arrows out because that makes the wound worse. They didn't do anything with it. It literally meant nothing. What do you mean, Hannah? I don't think it's not that they didn't do anything with this plot twist of the Emperor. It's more so that it adds, like, context to who he is. And I think it's a little bit more subtle in what it does, but I do think it goes a long way to kind of, like, characterize him and explain why the Emperor would be so invested in, like, Baldur's Gate. I do like it. I think it does add something, but, I mean, that's fair if you don't, Hannah. What's your plan in Act 3? Survive. I don't have a strong plan, but I'm feeling a lot more confident now, because we very easily did the fight right before this conversation. I was so scared of that. My plan, though, my, like, actual plan is to get to level 12 before we fight Orin, and I also think we're gonna make a deal with the devil. I think Willow would make a deal with the devil to help Orpheus. I think Willow would do that. I'm also just really scared of fighting Raphael in honor mode. Very, very scared. The Emperor has always been a manipulator. There's a convo with Will. He talks about stalemate and how the second time he met her, she had empty eyes that didn't look at you, but over you. Yeah, I mean, if you are a dick to the Emperor, he will basically show you that he mind controlled Stelmane the whole time. Like, he straight up tells you that. I mean, to be fair, you have to be mean to him to get that information, but that information is not, like, it doesn't change based on how you treat the Emperor. So, like, a lot of the things that I dislike the Emperor for is things that he does regardless of how you treat him. Think you should avoid... Yeah, I'm doing my best to avoid risk in Act 3. Like, I'm gonna do so many side quests to, like, get to level 12 before we do anything serious. Mind controlled her from the start or later, we don't know. I think it probably was from the start. Yeah, Emperor is a mess. You guys, there are so many people dick riding the Emperor in the comments of my Emperor video. Like, I'll be fair, I'm probably unfairly biased against that man or that thing. But there are so many people. It's like there's something going on here. I say ally yourself with Gortash because it's the easiest way to get his Netherstone. You think so? I mean, like, I don't think the Gortash fight is that big of a deal. But I've never seen the honor mode variant of it. But I also don't want to... We'll see what the vibe is. We're definitely gonna, like, tell him that we're gonna ally with him. We'll see if we actually honor that. If we ally with Gortash, though, that means we do not do the Iron Throne, and we do not do, the Steel Watch Foundry. Which could be beneficial for us, actually. Seems like the developer's vision there was, wanting to make the go to hell ending empowering, but somehow now it's the only way to stay alive. Just became really interesting for me because your vid on Karlach and XP to level 3 Jacob's vid on possible Zariel rewrite clicked together, and now I want to have tangible change of the game that goes to do business in Avernus. An Avernus DLC would be so fun. But yeah, like the going to hell ending, like I could see how that's supposed to be like Karlach trying to like get her power back and like go get revenge. I just feel bad that like that's the only way she can survive, and that's the one thing, like going back to Avernus is the one thing she desperately did not want to do. On the phone and can't form a thought. That is so fair. That is so fair, Hedgehog. Why does he look so good in that 1 second clip? I mean, you just love Gortash, Hannah. He does remind me of a raccoon. Yeah, I see that as well, but I think it's endearing. Doing his little mechanic things with his little raccoon fingers. You're so real for that. Maybe it's because I don't know anything else about Baldur's Gate, but there wasn't a lot of detail around it. You just fight his ex, and that's it. It didn't come off as important enough. Who the fuck likes the Emperor? That's fair. I like the implications between Baldurin and Ansur. I think that is a very, like, fascinating storyline. And I think it also, like, does a lot to set up just what kind of lows that the Emperor will stoop to just to survive. And I think that was also to show us that, like, maybe he's lost all of his humanity. Like, I know he's a Mind Flayer, and, like, by the book, Mind Flayers don't have any humanity. I know that. But from a storytelling standpoint, I think that was probably, like, a little tidbit to see that this man has no humanity. And it's also just fun little, like, oh yeah, did you know he was Baldurin, the guy who made the city? This man, like, seeks power. All my homies hate the Emperor, Team O'Mellow. You're so right, Raimi. You're so right. The only plus to the hell ending is Karlach looks hot in her new fit. I mean, it's Karlach, Hannah. She looks good in anything. I think the Emperor plot twist is more impactful if you know the D&D lore of Baldurin and what they changed. That is so fair. I will be the first to admit I'm not familiar. But I could see how that would, like, mean more if you were familiar with Baldurin. The Gortash fight can get out of hand real quick in Honor. My first run, I two-shot him. My second, I was really afraid for my party. Okay. That is good to know. I saw a video about Mind Flayer Lae'zel going to the astral plane for ascension by Vlad. That's interesting. That's an interesting combination of choices for Lae'zel. As a monk, Gortash fight shouldn't be too difficult if you can stun him every turn. Okay. Alright. We'll see what the vibes are. Again, I think I am going to try to wait until level 12 before we do any of, like, the bigger boss fights. We'll see how far we can get without doing those. Alright, we're going to ask about the Gith and the Sphere as soon as I catch up on chat. I'm so sorry. I'm of the mind that the best case scenario with the Emperor is that even if she initially gave him a chance, he did something cold and calculated, causing her to realize her mistake, at which point he used charm as opposed to mind control until the point where bits of her consciousness split through, and so he began using the mind control. I could see that. Another annoyance about the Karlach ending, it feels like I'm really railroading Will to where I have to make sure he doesn't become a duke just so he can go to Avernus with her, because if I'm not romancing her, it's either that or I have to abandon my own love interest to go with her. I don't see it that way, because Will seems more excited to go to Avernus, and when he asked, like, okay, that makes sense for him to go to Avernus, and the whole, like, becoming a duke pathway is kind of something that he just springs on you last minute. And I realize that's a fault in the writing and not like an actual indication character-wise. But when you kind of like tell him to follow his heart, he's like, you know what? You're right. I should follow my heart. Blade of Avernus it is. And I think that's probably like his good ending is just him following his heart instead of following his father's footsteps. That's how I read it though. But I think Will doesn't actually have a bad ending unless you like do character origin Will and you play evilly. Will is very much like a little bit like Karlach, where there's not really like a bad end in the sense of like they become evil and an abuser or like perpetuates the cycles that they were a victim of. Will is a character who I feel honestly has no correct ending. He grows as a character as the game progresses, but it feels like he's still directionless. And that's also fair. That's also fair. I was also directionless when I was 24. I mean, I still am at 27. I'll be so real. Telling Will to follow his fart. He should do that too. My last run, Will didn't propose to go to Avernus with Karlach, and I was romancing Shadowheart, so she burned to a crisp, and he became a ranger, but damn, that hurt. That is so upsetting. But Mizora, though. Will does want to get revenge on Mizora, and I support that.
Prince Orpheus, son of the first leader of the Githyanki.
Orpheus? Impossible. He was slain by Justil Kethric himself.
Quite possible, I assure you. His power has been the source of your continued protection against the voice of the Absolute. The power to disrupt hive mind communication. It is the same power that enabled his mother, Gith, to bring about the fall of the Illithid Empire eons ago. A power she passed on to him, and that I leveraged for you.
That's wild.
When Orpheus's mother left, a usurper took her place. Vlaakith declared herself queen of your people. Vlaakith wanted his power, but Orpheus rose against her, and so she sealed him and his honor guard within this prison. Bound by
Speaking of, how could you choose not release the two baddies with the others? Hannah, the answer is racism. Like, that's just actually the answer. Will and Karlach get left out of stuff all of the time, and it usually boils down to some sort of internal bias. That's just literally the answer, Hannah.
Orpheus will be much easier to control.
That's crazy. Definitely the best ending for Will is hunting down Mizora for her comeuppance. Yeah, I would say so as well. I would say so as well. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The main characters are Shadowheart, Gale, Lae'zel, and Astarion. Everyone else, and I really do mean everyone else, was just squeezed in as an afterthought. I mean, we do know Karlach and Will were, well, Karlach was added last minute. Will was rewritten last minute, but I've also seen people talk about how Will can also be like a huge main character because he has direct ties to Baldur's Gate, like as the city. Like he has a reason to be very invested in the plot line of the story. Whereas Astarion, as much as I love Astarion, as much as I love that man, and as much main character treatment as the game does give him, he's not the, like his story has nothing to do with the game. That's why he has so much extra content. It's because they have to add content because it has nothing to do with the game. Astarion was definitely intended to be a main character in the game, but if you just look at the characters and the impact that the story has on their life and the impact that their lives, like, just their ties to it, Astarion should not be the poster child for Baldur's Gate. I mean, I'm glad he is as an Astarion lover, but he doesn't deserve it. There are other characters that are, like, way more tied to the story of the game than Astarion is. Oh, we're definitely betraying the Emperor and freeing Orpheus. Also, because if I do that, I get to avoid fighting Voss, and I can save my spell slots. Because I don't have as many, restoration opportunities going into those final fights. It's just easier game-wise. So we're gonna make a deal with Raphael, and then free Orpheus later. How are you gonna have all the other origin characters and not... Yeah, and the crazy thing about, like, Baldur's Gate merch, and, like, fan merch, too, is they'll they'll have Astarion, they'll have Shadowheart, they'll have Lae'zel. They'll have Gale. I couldn't think of Gale. I could not think of Gale. I knew I was missing someone. They'll have those 4. And then they'll put in, like, Halsin or Gortash or, like, some random, like, Raphael. They'll have Raphael before they have Karlach and Will, which is insane to me. Like, if you're gonna do the companions, do the companions. Like, don't do some of the companions and some random characters. I prefer Will in Act 1 and 2. He's interesting until Act 3. He doesn't have anything new in Act 3 for me. He's boring in Act 3. I mean, Cheyenne, that is just down to Will not getting enough time in the writing room. Like, that's just down to poor writing. Will's storyline is not very well done. It's not, there's hardly anything there. And what he did have in Act 3, they took it out of his quest line and made it just a normal, like, side quest.
Most certainly Orpheus. He is a threat to her race.
You'll see Karlach give her the merch, right?
In defiance of
Karlach is so nice.
Blackheath was safe as long as you believed him dead. But as you can see, he is very much alive.
Act 3 is the act for Will. We meet his father. Yeah, like, Will should have, like, more going on in Act 3. For sure.
The prince was not killed. As you can very well see, he was in prison. She kept him
Also believe Gale is okay. I'm just gonna skip through this so we can go.
Find out what she's done, there will be civil war. Your queen will be finished.
Sure, okay. I also believe Gale is the actual protagonist because he is the mediator. None of the other 4 would try to keep everyone together. Astarion would never step between Shad's and Lae'zel's fight. Neither of them would support Astarion through his trauma. Gale is by default the nice dude who wants to do good. I could see that. I could definitely see that, Kylo. No, I have seen some fan-made Will plushies. I don't think I've seen many officially licensed plushies. I know there's like the U2's thing going on right now. That's the only thing I've seen that's officially licensed in terms of plushies. But I haven't looked very hard. Bet Will stinks from Ranger shenanigans but desperately attempts to hide it with cheap cologne. No, Will bathes. Will bathes regularly. You're not gonna catch that man that stinky unless he just came back from, like, Ranger shenanigans. Sure about the dragon, that's a pivotal fight in learning lore of the game. I do think that's also true. Like, that dragon fight is optional. It's definitely something that not every player might do, but I think you do get a lot of, like, good lore out of it. Will, yeah, Will is clean, no doubt. That man is clean and pristine. I was at Fan Expo not too long ago. For me, I only saw Astarion, Karlach, and Lae'zel personally. That's fair. I know the artist, I think their name is Sunny Disposition. I got, you can't see it, but I have a little Astarion, like, plush pillow that I got from them, and I want to get more from them. I just couldn't at the time. But they also have Will and, like, all the other companions for, like, the plushie merch, which I love. I love that. But yeah, I know there's a few artists that I follow that I know were vending at Fan Expo, and they have a lot of Astarion art. Astarion, Karlach, and Lae'zel are definitely, like, the characters I saw the most art of at MomoCon for real. Raging, welcome in! How are you? Guess who made it to Act 3 in honor mode once we stop yapping with this nasty thing. Baldwin fumbled the bag with Answer to astronomically proportions. Right? Like, if I were Baldwin, if I were the Emperor, I would have simply just let Answer kill me. That would have been... That... I was gonna say something crazy. But yeah, that... I don't know. I'm not a mind flayer. Maybe I would feel differently if I was. Problem with Will's side of the story, it's mostly optional. Yes! I hate how Will got the short end of the stick.
No. Gortash sent me on a mission to retrieve the...
Mind flayers are... No, mind flayers are not ugly, but the Emperor is ugly. His soul is ugly.
How Gortash or the other chosen learned of its existence.
You're gonna do what? What are you gonna do? Wait, maybe I should read the rest of chat, actually.
My free will returning.
Willing to bet that Will also has a shitload of cut content in the upper city because it's literally where he grew up. I'm not sure. That I guess that's a possibility.
While my body was within the prison's bounds,
I'm making it into Act 3 raging. We're already there. We're already there. Why did someone add Astarian scars in The Sims? I mean, I don't think that's crazy. That's just people trying to make accurate Astarians. I have seen people tattoo his back scars onto their back, which like I think is weird, but I also realize that for some people that's just they're doing it because they like relate to his trauma or whatever, but that's just a weird like that's a symbol of his trauma. So that's a choice. Dragon Age the Velguard releases on October 31st. That is so slay. We gotta hurry up and finish our honor mode run so that I can start playing the Dragon Age games. Do you think Minzo Berenzin is as nice as Minty says it is? Probably. I like the Underdark. I think the Underdark has great vibes. Going to become unemployed. Let's go. Join the club, regime. Good luck. Good luck with all that. A stiff breeze could knock the Emperor over because of that thing on his back. It acts like a sail. That's so funny. Some people could recreate him in The Sims for sure. He's got some content for basically everything. Yeah, I think that's what it was too. They just want to help Khazad out. That's crazy. I should have known Raging was going to come sim for Khazad now that we were getting closer to him.
That would be a terrible idea.
We love Dragon Age, Mass Effect 2. I have all the Dragon Age games. I've never played them. I just got them semi-recently to play on stream when we finished this.
Subdued, you feel Orpheus's revulsion.
I'm to dice Khazad and throw him in a stew.
Cannot be contained.
Not the Khazad stew. I would also like to dice Khazad up, but not throw him in a stew. That would be so mean to the stew.
As far as Orpheus is concerned, you are already a Lithid, a sworn enemy, just like me.
That's crazy. I'm not just like you. I'm no Lithid.
You are already more a Lithid than you realize.
I've literally not used any of the powers. Astarion is the only one, and Lae'zel. And Lae'zel. I feel terrible about that, but that's for game mechanics, not story.
I too railed against the change. But the longer I have inhabited this form, the more it has grown on me.
Willow is not sleeping with that thing later. We're absolutely not. With the way these streams go, you should just have a once-a-month stream where you basically do a podcast and we can just discuss all of these theories and debates. That would be fun. That would be really fun. Khazad doesn't get enough love. Even Gordy McGortface gets more love. Yeah, that is true. I didn't see I saw one single Khazad cosplayer at MomoCon. Although there's this one artist, I absolutely love their art style, but I do not follow them because I cannot engage with their art frequently. But I love their art style, but they are a big Khazad lover. They draw a lot of Khazastarian. They just make them look like little guys, and they give Astarion like these, not rat features, but like rat-esque energy that I really love. Off the deep end, Willow ex-Emperor favorite ship. Raging, you're literally insane. You're literally insane. Raging, you're going to jail. The Emperor needs to be playing basketball. He's doing too much. Literally, like, get a hobby. Get a hobby. I don't like what you're implying.
Our chances of defeating the Elder Brain are substantially.
Well, sleeping with the Emperor, not even. Oh, I've already done it. I've already got the achievement, Nico. I do sleep with the Emperor occasionally. Willow is not. It wouldn't make sense for her character. Willow absolutely would not.
Imagine yourself with the same.
Willow absolutely has to be absolutely hostile towards the Emperor. Yeah, I don't know if I want to be hostile, because I don't like the way he yells at you. I don't like experiencing that. Which is why I usually end up being nice to him. Even though I can't stand him. It's just easier to be nice. No, we're not evolving. Get a life, learn to crochet, leave us alone. Could you imagine the Emperor crocheting? He can make little socks for his tentacles.
But in case you change your mind,
I just got hit with a very temporary but strong desire to want to cosplay the Emperor and make little crochet socks for the tentacles because I want to learn how to crochet. My dad keeps telling me I'm gonna love it.
you or your allies, it has
That is
vitality
disgusting.
enough for you.
Hannah, you don't want socks for your tentacles?
We need to resume our journey.
Not even on that. That's not crazy. That's cozy. What do you mean?
The army marches to follow. We must not let them reach it. We must find the brain.
Hannah just doesn't want to see me thrive. Now you know how it feels, Raging. Now you know how it feels. I recommend watching Dragon Age the Veilguard release date trailer. Get more hype for the game. I need to play the first few games first, though. I'm very excited, though, because Dragon Age is one of those things that I've always, like, heard about and been, like, vaguely interested in, but have never played or, like, watched anyone play it. So, this is going to be very new to me. I wonder why the Emperor thought I'll join the Elder Brain. You guys have no chance against the Elder Brain despite steamrolling over everything that dares to stand against you is a good idea. Yeah. No, it was very silly of him. Very silly. What boots am I currently wearing? Although, what I'm wearing is about to... Oh, it's my Misty Step boots. You know what? I don't need Misty Step. Wait, what's my wisdom modifier? Am I wise? That's just plus... Okay, that's plus 2 extra damage. Shadowheart. Are monks supposed to be wise? I mean, we'll see how this works out for us. Okay.
The easy path.
I saw Emperor Evil ending in patch. Thralls you. You see him as the dream go. That's great. How do you get the evil? Oh, you can tell the Emperor to take over the brain, can't you? I forgot about that. Are monks supposed to be wise? Listen, I don't remember. I know we changed our stats, but I don't remember what we changed. Was this an important monk stat? Yes. Okay. So I should probably reclass myself and change my stats. I don't know if I'll like Veilguard. I never finished Origins, and I didn't really get engulfed in Inquisition. That's fair. That's fair. I know, like, next to nothing about Dragon Age. I just know that Fenris exists, and that Solus exists, and that a lot of people who like Astarion also like Solus. So I'm probably gonna like that bald bitch. Already lusting after Veilguard characters? So fair, Hannah. Send foot pics? Nah. Send tentacle pics? That's crazy, Blue. That's crazy. If you still want to see the stupid drawing I made, go ahead. I just remembered. Oh, shit. Yeah. Wait, do I still have... Guys. It's Mistra's apology video. It's her apology video. I love that so much. That is so fucking funny. That's so funny. Oh, wow. Thanks for that. That was so funny. Monks add their dex and wisma to AC. Okay. As soon as I can talk to Withers, we're gonna do that. Solus looks so scary to me in Inquisition. I think he's supposed to be the villain. So I'm excited. Automod really hates me today. It happens to the best of us, Kylo. We've had the conversation before, but I wholly believe the brain deliberately frees the Emperor each time he escapes, so he simply believes he can escape again, but he can't because he's a weak-ass bitch. I agree. Because I just think that would be funny.
What's in here?
I know the brain does, like, say that they're playing 5D chess with us, but I do think some of that is the brain trying to psych us out and not actually the brain playing 5D chess. but also I might just have a very fundamental misunderstanding about what a nether brain is.
Orpheus, Gith's only son. He lives. It is not the Geich visitor that Vlaakith would destroy and Voss would set free. It is Orpheus, the blood of the mother, the prince of the comet.
Yeah, that's wild. Solus is a companion in Inquisition, and spoiler if you have a negative disposition with him, he literally says his plan to your face indirectly. That's crazy. I love that. I think Solus will probably be my favorite. I don't know. I feel like he could be prettier, but that's okay. Makes you his general to fight the Githyanki? Yeah! I know you can... there's like some Orpheus endings that I'm very excited to see, but we're not gonna get them because we're gonna, actually, I don't know if we're gonna mind flare Orpheus because you get more powers if the player mind flares, but I don't think Willow would mind flare. I don't know. One of the new evil endings, the Emperor will ask you to rule with him, and if you do, the narrator is like, after all, you two were made for each other, and he turns back into the Dream Guardian. That's what I might do that. That's wild. I get Stinky are my favorite. They're very fun. I've said before the brain had a plan, but it never specifically included us. Yeah, I could see that. So when is Hannah gonna play Persona? I don't think Hannah even remembers about Persona.
Listen close.
I don't care how much people kill me for this, Fenris and Astarion would not get along. I don't know enough to dispute that. I'll be so real. I know very little about Fenris.
Mother Gith made for the Hells to secure an alliance with the Archdevil Tiamat.
P3 or P... Send both. Make Hannah watch both trailers.
Gith remained in the Hells.
Or just whichever one you think Hannah would like the most. I don't know.
The first Vlaakith of many. It is Vlaakith 157 whom our people now call Queen.
Okay, cool. We're just gonna keep silent. We're gonna let her yap at us.
Our current Vlaakith has claimed undeath and reigned for 1,000 years. But it was the first whom Orpheus tried to slay. Orpheus is Gith's only son. He led his mother's own honor guard in a coup against Vlaakith I. It was Kethric Voss himself who slayed the prince in vicious battle. Or so the Varshas teach us. Yet the Prince of the Comets
Glazel's deconstructing right now. You're right, actually. You should always just send both.
Pieces and build new glory from the scraps.
Okay, yeah, Voss was right.
The seed and the sower.
We love a multifaceted farmer.
Orpheus is the living proof of the Queen's lies, and the living weapon that conquered our Geich slavers.
Not the Geich slavers.
One word from his lips, and the people would doubt. 2 words, and they would
I wonder...
rage.
Okay.
3 words, and they would bow to the true
I want to get a good ending with
Githyanki
Lae'zel.
to be free, the Prince of the Comet must lead the way.
But I also know if the player becomes a mind flayer when working with Orpheus, they get better powers than Orpheus does. But I also don't know if that would be a choice that makes sense for Willow. And then also, if we let Gale explode, none of this matters. None of it matters.
Willow, hailing from the swamps, and not fed Githyanki propaganda their entire life, simply didn't care if Orpheus lived or died. They killed the Emperor because they were grotesque, they freed Orpheus as a means to an end. Willow would remain pure, for the swamp.
For the swamp, you're so right. Also, thank you again for the bits. Yeah, I could see that. And, like, I know a lot of my decision to free Orpheus does hinge on, like, I know that would make Lae'zel happy. And also, like, the idea of freeing a people seems like just objectively a good thing to do. And I know as the player that that's still... That outcome is the same, whether Orpheus is a mind flayer or not. Willow's like, I know the lore of our people, but I like listening to you yap. Me. So true. All right, we're done yapping though. I'm ready to, can I talk to Withers now? I don't even know where Withers is in this camp. I don't think I can talk to Withers. I have to sleep. Oh, I didn't even have to roll to not become a mind flare, do the astral tadpole. Because I haven't taken any. Yeah, I've beaten Baldur's Gate like 4 times, I think. 4 or 5 times. I have a lot of playthroughs. I saw Dark Urge Romance Minthara in patch 7 after taking control of the Absolute Dark Urge Kiss Minthara. Oh! I'm not gonna finish reading that because I know some people are avoiding spoilers. That's wild, Cheyenne. That's very Dark Urge, though. They got married. Did a ball wedding. Have you tried the Trials of Tav yet? I have not. I've not modded my game at all. I'm trying to get all the achievements before I mess around with modding. Girl, you have more to say? What do you have more to say about? The trailer answered nothing. Willow good ending, taking Lae'zel home to their swamp. Yes. That would be nice.
I'm really not sure about putting any trust at all in this thing. It's already shown itself a liar. I've got my eyes
So real,
on
Karlach.
the Emperor. And Karlach doesn't blink.
I love her. I need to get back to my Karlach kisser game. I need to kiss her some more. Okay, I don't think anyone else needs to yap. I need to go fix my stats. I need to go become wise. I think that, Lae'zel will love me more if I'm wise. Where is Withers in this camp? I hate Act 3 camps. I don't know where anything is. Okay, here he is. Yeah, the Act 3 camps are so fucking large. Like, please. They're so overwhelming.
Fate spins along.
I love when she yaps to me. she's so slay. If you're gonna mod, get the cosmetic ones. Oh, I absolutely will be getting cosmetic ones.
Willow would free Orpheus to please Lae'zel, and as a means to an end, but to allow themselves to be transformed into a monster over the false belief that they needed him. Pathetic. Perhaps
Yeah, that's
the
fair.
Githyanki are not as strong as they think Willow thought before their thoughts returned to the swamp.
So real, Kylo. Also, thank you again for that bits. Yeah, the Willow lore goes deep. It's one of my least favorite camps. Same. I hate it.
As thou desire.
Okay, so we were the open hand monk. Keep my mouth shut, I won't spoil anything. Yeah, I personally don't mind spoilers. I just want to say, like, in the live streams, I know there might be some people who want to avoid spoilers. So that's just what I'm trying to be mindful of. What should my stats be? I feel like I need more wisdom. I'm gonna look up if I can unlock my phone. I'm gonna look up, I think, min-maxed stats for what we're doing, I think. Unprompted but a companion's personal sword in Planescape, Torment is referred to as Karak, and it caught me off guard every time. That is way too similar. That would also catch me off guard. Still need to play. What is Planescape Tournament again? Excuse me while I steamroll your character's lore. I mean, to be fair, I think we've been building Willow together this whole time. We have created her together this whole time. Okay. So we're open hand, monk. Baldur's Gate 3 build. No, not rogue. I just want open hand monk build. Oh, min-max, I think. Is min-maxing a bad idea in honor mode? Or is it like a good idea? I've never min-maxed before. I've never been a min-maxer. Still working on grabbing the rest of the achievements. Right now I'm doing a tactician run as an evil dirge. Honestly, I've almost quit after letting a certain child get killed by a snake. Evil dirge is rough. It is so rough. I will say, once you get into, like, Act 3, it's so much easier to be evil, because at that point, you're heartless. Min-maxing is a very good idea. Okay, Slay. We will do that. Is there like a visual? Not a visual. I don't want to watch a video. Planescape Torment is an Infinity Engine CRPG that came out around the same time as Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Oh, cool! It's an old game in the Forgotten Realms setting. It takes place outside of the material plane where Baldur's Gate 3 takes place. That is so fair. I min-maxed on mine, but I also used the intelligence crown to even out my intelligence so I wasn't the dumbest bitch in Faerun. I don't mind being the dumbest bitch in Faerun. I think it's funny. Okay. So, dump strength, intelligence, and charisma for Dex, Wiz, and Con. Do I use my strength stat as... Maybe I don't. If that's the most important ability for my class, then why is that not the one with the plus? Go baby strength and chuck strength elixirs. Yeah. We can be the weakest bitch in Faerun. When my players design their characters' backstories, I basically said to write whatever you want, and afterwards, we talk about what, if any, changes need to be made to make it fit into the world. Thankfully, only one needed major changes. That was mostly because the story was basically I exist. That's fair. You do if you get Tavern Brawler as a feat. Okay, I know we were running Tavern Brawler as a feat, which is why our stats were the way that they were, actually. You can use it with Tavern Brawler for your hits, but you could theoretically dump it and use strength pots. Yeah, okay, I think we'll do that. I don't use strength pots a lot. Okay. I know it said to also dump charisma. Oh yeah, because I can do like the thing that lets me take more. Okay. Do those stats look playable? I think that's fine. Do you think Gail would watch the new Minions movie? I don't think so. I think, okay. I don't know. Gail doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would watch the Minions movies, period. But also, I just have a hard time seeing Gail watching movies at all. If I play another playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, I can get a platinum trophy. Hey, yo, that's exciting. Gail would call them films instead of movies. And I know that because I catch myself doing that sometimes, depending on, like, the context. I wouldn't personally play a monk without Tavern Brawler and Tough, but you do you. I think we are gonna do that anyway, and then just chug strength potions. Gail would watch artsy films and biopics. He would. Yeah, I agree. Shadowheart would watch the Minion movies, sadly. She would have a good time doing it, though, Raging. Do you really think it's sad that the love of your life is doing something that makes her happy? That's crazy. If Willow's still going to be the face of the party, you might need the charisma. Okay. But we also have astral knowledge, which gains proficiency in skills that I can, like, and I usually end up picking charisma. Okay, we'll call them motion pictures. He's not that old, guys. Gail's not that old. Do you think Willow could do the thug shake? Yeah, she could. They can make a great attempt, at least. The what shake? The thug shake? Gavel keeps asking about it in the YouTube chat. Okay. I'm scared of these stats, but I think that's what we're gonna go with. Okay, actually, sorry, I'm gonna look up real quick Tavern Brawler. Open Hand Monk Tavern Brawler build. Because I know myself, I am gonna forget to take strength pots. So I don't want to set myself up for failure. Okay, so 16 wisdom and 17 strength. Okay. Okay. And then I just fill in the rest, I guess. Wait. Take that up to 14. That feels bad. That doesn't feel great. Wait, I feel like... Okay. BRB going to maul my fridge like a rabid dog. Have fun with that, Gapple. Okay, so this really only says 17 strength and 16 whiz are needed for attack and save DCs. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. This basically changes nothing, though. This is what we were before. Although I think it does up our wisdom a bit, because I think our wisdom was really low earlier. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. Not me being encumbered. Okay. Right, so going up to level 2 is, I don't have to pick anything. That's level 3 is when we pick Open Hand Monk. We have the Open Hand. Honestly, this is such a fun class, or like subclass to play as. I'm really enjoying it. So we gotta take Tavern Brawler. Was that wise? Yeah. At 17, is it? Yeah, going up to 18 was wise, actually. I think my strength is better now than it was before. I don't know. I don't remember. Hot take, I think most, if not all, of the romance ending relationships have a high chance of falling apart. This is due to the fact that for nearly all of them, Tav is essentially the first person to be good to them post-traumatic events, and ergo it has a decent chance of being something that falters over time as they heal and realize that they potentially want something different. Unfortunately, Kylo, I think you're right. That is realistic. That's so sad. Why'd you have to say that? That's so tragic. Okay. Oh. Okay, I do know the guide I was looking at said to multi-class, but I think I want to just stay full monk. What do you guys think? Because I do think we were doing some cool things. I think we were mostly just getting our stuff. I'll cry. Rest in peace, Hannah. Keeping Astarion with me, he's my wife. Yeah, Astarion is... We're literally all married to Astarion right now. Minthara will also never leave you. Yeah, that is true. I think Minthara might not fall under what Kylo was saying. Did I just reclass myself to build the exact same way? I might have. I might have, actually. That's rather silly of me. But, hey, I wanted to make sure we got all of our stats done correctly for what we're doing. I got a little nervous. Oh, let me pick some berries before we leave camp and never come back. You think 9 monk and then 3 thief. So 10, 11, and 12, I should multi-class into rogue to get my 3 levels of thief. Or is that not how I should have built it? Use Astral Tadpole and convince all of your companions to use it. Flying ability, Astral Tadpole. It's worth it in honor mode. And Tactician, I could save all of the people in Iron Prison for a turn. I think I'm trying not to use any tadpoles for Willow.
What now?
Astarion did eat all of them. So, I don't know. I think we're fine without Astral Tadpoles, but we're gonna play it really cautiously, and if it feels like we need that extra, like, boon, then we'll do it. Willow's not built. I haven't been, like, investing tadpoles into them, so I wouldn't benefit Willow as much. Get 2 bonus actions, flurry of blows twice per round. That is so true. Okay, so our next 3 levels, I need to make a thief for Willow. It's okay to steal your money back from Withers. That's so true. Honestly, we haven't purchased a single thing this whole playthrough, basically. So, we have plenty of money. Trapezing through hell for Karlach. She's not doing anything. Karlach will stay with you, Hannah. Minthara may genuinely be the exception because she's just the most confident in herself. She knows what she wants and she always has. Yeah, and for Minthara, her trauma is like the absolute thing, and that happened much later in her life than literally everyone else's trauma. Except for maybe Astarion. I don't know, he was kind of an old man. But, Astarion was also there for 200 years, and at that point, it does not matter. Okay, I can't believe we made it to Act 3 in honor mode. This is so exciting. I'm so good at this game. I always forget that backpack is empty. Every time I come to look at that backpack, and it's empty. I will be taking these health potions, though. Thara smells like lilac and gooseberries. Real. I can see that. That's so true. It's starting to be like Tadpole's George for real. Listen, I just really wanted to make use of the Cull of the Week. I wanted to get the most out of Cull of the Week. She ran up to us. Like, she was waiting.
I can't find my mum.
Where did you last see her?
She was sick. She had spots on her face and hands. She went to go get some herbs, and she was supposed to come back the same day. That was last 10 day, though.
Yeah, she's dead. We'll give her some food. Gang approves of giving her food. Rip mom. Yeah, rest in peace to her mom.
Thanks. My mum would like this. She's the best cook
Starion would likely fall into old habits and convince himself Tab doesn't love him or has betrayed him and would then do the same. Only, of course, he would be the only one at fault.
Thanks a lot.
I've definitely seen people characterize Ascended Astarion like that, Kylo. I think you're onto something. I'm not 100% sure if I would believe Spawn Astarion might do that, but I am also well aware of the fact that, girl, why are you stinky? Is that covert critical? I guess it is. I'm also aware of the fact that recovery is not linear and people do fall back and forth a lot of times. So maybe it is completely reasonable to expect even Spawn Astarion to do that at some point.
What in the hell is that?
Astarion is not the worst in general. Raging has terrible taste. Raging has zero taste.
Back off and return to your homes.
He got lucky with liking Shadowheart.
Young lady, Shadowheart, a word if you will.
I guess we gotta talk to this guy.
Just a wager, thanks to you.
Who are you?
Someone who bets that
Wait,
you'd
why
never
is her
be
hair still
foolish enough
black?
to actually show your face in this city again. But here you are. And the golden
We never spoke to Dame Aelin at camp. Oh no, we forgot. She doesn't know.
There have been whispers about you, sister.
Not Hannah getting auto-modded for threatening to kill Raging. That's crazy.
I can't help
Got
but feel
lucky,
the
I will
strangest
end a
twinge
lineage.
of disgust as I look upon you.
I mean, I said what I said.
As our lady for
Glitch, probably it happens with me. I mean, I do think I did just genuinely forget to talk to Dame Aelin. Yeah, the hair's not changed at all. I forgot to talk to Dame Aelin. I'm gonna let Charlotte handle it.
I know my parents.
Nuh-uh, because I'll kiss Astarion every day and say I love him and let him suck my blood. Raimi,
the quarrel is
you're so real for that. You're so real for that.
Now I must report your reappearance.
Calm down. Blue, I will say Hannah and Raging are just, that's how their friendship is. I've seen their friendship
in the lower city.
In like Discord DMs and stuff. That's just how it is. Aqua! Aqua, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, not me hitting my mic again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is how I am. Aqua, how are you? We gotta give them a shout out. Am I spelling this right? Yes. Oh, somebody already did it. Thanks for that. Welcome in, Aqua. How did your stream go? I hope it went well. We made it into Act 3 on our honor mode. I'm not even gonna come walk through here because it's gonna be so sad. Although we do have to walk through to get to the Gur. None of the tieflings survived. This is so empty out here. Okay. I guess we'll talk to Dame Aelin in the Elfsong Tavern so it's easier to find her. Hannah and I are worsties. Yeah, they're worsties. Words of affirmation and acts of service as Tab could never let this man forget he's loved. Same, dear. How often do you think the companions shower? Okay. I think that Halsin probably never showers. Yeah, okay. I think Halsin does the bare minimum to not get diseases. But I don't think he showers frequently. He does what he can to not get diseases. I think Shadowheart showers semi-frequently. Lae'zel probably when it just gets bad. When the hair grease just makes her want to peel her skin off. Astarion showers frequently, but he also canonically does everything that he can to cover up the smell of death that radiates from him as a vampire. Karlach, I feel like she only bathes when she thinks about it. It's very irregular. Like she wants to be clean, but she forgets sometimes. Will bathes every day. I have to go and my country's 4 a.m. That is so late. Definitely go to sleep. But thanks for hanging out, Cheyenne. I hope you sleep well. Halsin thinks rain equals shower. Yeah, I could see that. Shadowheart bathes constantly? She's just walking around bathing like 24/7? That's wild. But yeah, I feel like Shadowheart is pretty clean. Minthara showers in the blood of her enemies. Yeah. Yeah. Although I do feel like, I don't know, I feel like most of the companions would be pretty clean. I would never let my wife stink, Mo. We bathe every day. Okay, so if Hannah's playing the game, Karlach bathes every day. But I do think Karlach could be prone to forgetting sometimes. She has that vibe. Where the fuck is the Gur camp? I just went to it last night in my game with Ava and Gizmo. I think Minthara would use the Ballast Blood hot tub often. I could see that. I could definitely see that. She'll heat the water for me. That's so fair. The biggest benefit to romancing Karlach is just to have like a water heater 24/7. Gortash looks like he would be stinky, but I bet he smells surprisingly nice.
Just as we honor our fallen dead.
Sorry, I've never seen this man live.
And you have brought a somber guest. I did not think you would willingly return, Spawn. Well, indeed. I was rather hoping I'd never see you people again. Honestly.
Frey.
No need to be rude.
Frey.
Gortash, okay, so I recognize the reason I think the reason I think Gortash is stinky is just because the way his like facial hair gets loaded into the game or like is rendered. It reads to me more like dirt than it does facial hair. Ballas bloodbath probably feels real good, to be honest. That's wild. That's wild.
Walks among us in the blazing sun.
Also, welcome in, Groggy Games. Thank you so much for the follow. I forgot we let Gandrel live. This is new to me. I've never played. I have almost 800 hours in this game, and this is the first time Gandrel has like survived Act 1. Yeah, Astarion is racist. Although I don't know if Gur is a race of people or more of like a tribe. Astarion is racist. That's the one thing I cannot explain away. He's just a terrible person. Not you thinking you lost your water bottle. That's so sad. Congratulations on finding it. He cares too much about status to be stinky nasty. Yeah, I don't think Gortash bathes every day. Like, I think he gets a little greasy and then covers it up with, like, cologne. But I do think he cleans often enough to have it not be a problem. Raging, you can't say that. You can't say that. That's crazy. Which companions let it crust? That's so gross. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think any of them do. I don't think any of them do. It's like, my gut when it says Halson, but I also know that, like, Halson's keeping that shit clean. He's racist, but I can fix him. Yeah, I can constantly call him out. Not... Okay. What? Okay. Microphone issues. I do love that the game lets you call him out, but I do think it's kind of funny that he just, like, doesn't say anything about it. But when you call him out later for, like, holding all Gur accountable for, like, the ones that beat him to death for being a shit person in court.
The last time your friend
Does Minsk let it crust?
He stole
He
our
might.
children, our future.
I don't know. I've never thought about Minsk in that way.
I was to bring you back here.
He is very pretty.
Interrogate
Henna.
you. Discover how to save our
His
children.
racism is like very typical D&D
destroy you.
racism.
But things have changed.
That I think a lot of people do give a pass. Gordy definitely
Is
bathes
it true
constantly.
you left your
Sources
master?
art.
That you broke the spell that binds you to him?
I know exactly the art you're referencing, Raging.
Kind of.
I can't
It's
argue
a
with
long
that.
story, honestly.
Yeah, he's free.
Free.
We'll
Not
say
while
that he's
his
free.
master still lives. But he has perhaps
Me and
earned a
Raging always
second
agree on
chance.
Gort. So
We have
Raging's
tried to save
madly
our
in love with
children
Gortash
once
just like you,
already,
Hannah. That's
attacking
crazy.
Cazador's palace at first light.
How does Dark Urge
Even then,
bathe, or
it
does
was
the
too
urge
well
prevent
defended.
bathing?
But if his own spawn approached, someone he thought he could
The
control,
Dark Urge is
he
stinky.
would throw his doors
The Dark
open
Urge is
and
definitely
welcome you
stinky.
in. And once inside, you could do what we could not. You could
Sybil kind of
save
is so
the
slay. It
children
really
you
is. I
damned.
love that line delivery.
You don't know Cazador like I do.
Yeah, Jaheira stays clean. Probably
He's
smells like fresh
merciless.
pine and grandma cookies.
You want me to march
She
into
doesn't
the
strike
lion's
me as
den
the
and save
type
your
who would
children?
bake cookies, but the pine is
But
so
I
spot
promise
on. Dirge lets it
They're
crust.
already dead.
Not while they were with Gortash. Gortash made... Well, actually, no. I think Gortash would be into that. I think Gortash would be into that. I'm sorry that this is the topic of conversation, but yeah, no, you're right, Gavel. Well, don't say that about me. You didn't deny it. You didn't dispute it. That's wild. Default dirge smells like toothpaste all the time. The dark urge to just lather your body in toothpaste instead of the dark urge to murder.
I spent 200 years bringing him victims.
Oh, I need to go feed Dingy. Although he did eat. My grandma gave him his dinner very early.
But you never saw
but I
him
feel like I should go
feed
give him
yourself.
something anyway for the sake
He could keep prisoners for days
routine.
before killing them.
I know our plight is grim, but if there is even a chance to save them, we must take it.
If our children are truly
This is
gone,
so wild.
then we ask for
The brown
blood.
urge, dysentery
I
run.
know you
That's
can
so
understand that,
gross.
Spawn.
Okay, I will be right back. I need to go feed my cat. Just so he stays on his routine. He's gonna be overfed today, and that's fine. All right, we'll throw Jonah up. I will be. Okay, I'm back. I always figured Orin would smell absolutely awful. She's covered in somebody's guts. Like, half the scene she's in. Yeah, Orin is interesting because I do feel like her hair looks very clean. So Orin probably does bathe, like, every day. But then her day-to-day activities are gross.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Not the Rickroll. That's wild. Also, thank you for the bits, Blue. Not the Rickroll. That is very on brand for you, Blue. Thinking about how Will would probably end up leaving us because we're basically an alley cat. Oh no. That's so sad, Kylo. In my head, we're all best friends. All elements of harmony. I do think everyone in camp is besties. Bella's back. I am back. I do think Will is very loyal. I mean, you guys literally get engaged. Like, you guys literally get married. I don't think that happens in any other romance.
I suppose. Yes. Revenge, I can do.
Good for them.
Thank
That's the radiant hopeful.
From me and all my people.
Well, ain't nothing
If you
Mazora's
can do
right.
this, we will
There's
be
an
in your
option.
debt. You
Okay, so
have lived a life of violence and
I
sin.
don't think
You
Will
have
would be into
stolen
Mazora
lives,
though, just
broken
given like the way that
families,
they
and
met and who
caused
she's been to
immeasurable
him.
grief. Doing this will
It would
not
also be
right
weird
those wrongs.
for Mazora to be into Will.
If you're
just
trying to encourage me,
all things considered.
you'll fail dismally.
But it will be a start.
Gale probably
You
would take the
may still be
longest to leave
redeemed.
you, because he
Please
would
go.
realize he doesn't
Time
feel
is
how you
short,
feel,
but we
but
will
he would
see you
feel
again when
guilt,
it is
and
done.
would drag himself along for your benefit.
I can see that actually. Yeah, I can see that. That's so sad though. Just not because I won't shut up about it. If it did. That's so fair. It'd be cool if you could get married to Karlach. Where's our lesbian Karlach wedding? We need it.
Another quake.
Not the quakes.
It's the Elder Brain. There's something.
I know Orin is hanging around somewhere. I know we have to find her 2 times.
Something over there.
What am I perceiving? Oh! Post Courier's key? Okay, cool. I really dislike that I can't have my fairy tale wedding with Will and save Karlach without squitting her up. That's so sad. My one Will romancer game, I did go to hell with the both of them. But, like, you already get engaged. Like, he does the whole thing with you in your Act 3 romance scene, and that's good enough for me. Truly.
Fascinating.
I can make up the rest in my brain. Where's the Tav, Will, Karlach, Polly, Hilary? Real! I need that.
And so the gang opened ABNB together, and lived happily ever after as one big happy family, and did group therapy every Tuesday.
That's true. That's how all of my games end, except for my Evil Dirge run. That literally all my Baldur's Gate games end exactly like that.
Headline.
How did Kylo know that? Alright, let's talk to Orin.
You.
Would putting Karlach in the Fortress of Solitude not stop her from blowing up?
The hero of the hour, walking right up to me.
I don't know.
The name's Lens, reporter with the Baldur's Mouth Gazette. Care to do a quick interview?
I'm not entirely familiar with the Fortress of Solitude is, though. What do you want with
I'm
me?
here looking for my next angle. But it's all the same. Oppression, famine, death. I need something new. Someone like you.
A gift?
It won't take more than 2 moments of your time.
I hit every person
If you
Ortis
play your
pretending to
cards
be.
right, this could
I
make
just
the
always
cover.
talk to him. I think
I just need some
the
extra details.
transformation animation is really
So,
fun.
You've arrived at Baldur's Gate. What's brought you here at a time
Another
like
random
this?
tiefling NPC who I fall in love with. Lynn's the journalist does seem very sweet. Taking a holiday, visiting family, normal reasons.
Everybody needs a rest from time to time. Even seasoned adventurers like yourself.
Sure.
I imagine you've a need to let off some steam after your recent adventures in the shadow-cursed lands.
What are
My
you
sources
even
tell
talking
me
about?
You recently vanquished the fearsome General Kethric Thorn.
Honestly, if Karlach
How did you
stayed,
manage
she would
that?
probably push you to do new things, experience life to the fullest. She wants adventure and fun. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Like many before him and many after, Kethric felt his own hubris. I was merely present.
I'm sure you were much more than that.
I mean, I don't know.
You proved to be quite the thorn in his side.
I don't know.
His
Willow gets hard carried
absolutist
by her
friends
teammates.
Can't be very happy with you. The cult's threat is far from
Shadowheart and
extinguished.
Gale want to settle down and relax.
What's your plan of attack?
I honestly don't know. Like, I know when Shadowheart has her parents alive at the end, she does, like, settle down with them and relax. But I also like the idea of her exploring the world and rebuilding her knowledge when she has her other good ending. I could see Shadowheart going both ways, because to finally settle down and create a family and have a space carved out for you is probably very comforting to her, but I could also see her wanting to get out and explore and rebuild her life, basically. Totally listening to the audiobook for the second Mistborn book. It's so slay. That is so cool. That sounds so fun. My biggest experience with Mistborn is just the Elementy mod in Minecraft. But that is very cool. Lae'zel and Minthara want blood. Lae'zel just wants liberation. Honestly, she's very happy when you convince her to stay in Faerun and just live her life. Also, thank you, Remy, for the posture check. Oh, we gotta sit up now. Be as water, move as river, strike like a tsunami. I will drown this fetid cult.
Gortash, maybe. You'll find me much harder to kill.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the one book series of the Alamancy was stolen the runes. Yeah, that makes sense. I know a lot of the mods are like based on things.
You're the lickspittle who crushed the Bone Lord's thrall.
I mean, you were there. This is not our first time being in the same room.
You come for our nether stones. Come to prize one from the tyrant's death grip. Pluck the other from my rotted carcass.
We're not gonna wait for it to rot. That's so mean.
When you find the lordling, tell him Orin is watching.
I think he already knows, girly. He already knows. My headcanon is post-game. I continue to push my magical knowledge until Mystra acknowledges me, and then I reject her and finally give her that stern talking to. That is so fair. That is so fair. Most of my characters are just vibing post-game, living their best life. I did see some videos where one of your other companions who isn't Will can go to Avernus with Karlach. There's one where Spawnastarian really seems happy to be trying to save Karlach. That is so sweet. Their friendship is so nice. Mizora feet freaks forever. What? Does Mizora have her feet out? I've never noticed. Gizmo, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well.
There must be
Alright, we gotta find the other Orin that's hanging around. I don't know where she hangs around. I know it's like behind a building though. I've seen it. What did we... Okay. We'll just walk around until somebody like calls out to us. So then we can go do the love test and experience it without being interrupted.
POV, you're the BG3 core group trying to catch Tempest in a net so they can keep them safe until they find a way to help them.
That would be so cute. Wait. Guys, I really want to do another Tempest run where it's like redeemed dirge or something. I think that would be so cute. It'll be so cute and fun. I just want to do another Tempest run. Because I really like Tempest. Fearing! Fearing, welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid. Let's see, I'm working on typing a shout out. Welcome in, Fearing. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. How did your stream go? I hope you guys had fun. We're currently playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're in early Act 3, like we just got here. This is our honor mode, by the way. So, it's a very scary run.
No one stopped me yet.
But welcome in. My name is Mel. I use they, them pronouns. We're currently multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So if I start talking to a chat that you guys cannot see, that is what's going on. But welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm currently looking for Orin. She's supposed to be hanging out somewhere, pretending to be someone else. I don't remember where all the locations for that is. 5 hours, AoE 3, getting really tired so ended stream. That is so fair. I hope you had fun though. 5 hours is a very long time to stream.
Well, all you want. We've got enough mouths to feed.
Not enough mouths to feed.
We don't need your kind.
That's so mean.
Our kind? Refugees. Outsiders.
Is this Orin? I know one of these is Orin.
Take it somewhere else. My hands are full.
Okay, no. Oh, they might be in the refugee camp because I know we found that. One of my friends found that recently. Isn't Orin like a reporter or something? Yes, we've already spoken to that one. I think we need to find her one more time because we're trying to get her without doing the love test.
POV, you are trying to end Tempest, like the literal monster they are. And Astarion as well while you're out to dispose of the garbage.
That's so crazy. I mean, I'm not going to argue that Tempest isn't a monster. For those who are coming in, Tempest is my, the last game that we ran for Baldur's Gate. He was my evil Dark Urge. We committed atrocities. Raging hates him, even though Tempest was like the hottest character ever. That's so crazy. Also, thank you for the bits, Raging. In my place, she's the reporter. Yeah, we already found the reporter. I think there is someone...
That's why we need to walk.
There is someone you can talk to that, like, says some shitty things and then ends up being Orin. But they're, like, one of the Flaming Fists, I think. I'm not sure who, though. I wasn't fully paying attention when my friend found it last night. Raging hates all the hotties. That is so true. That is so true. Oh my gosh, it's Mattis! We gotta come say hi to Mattis. How did he survive?
You did me a real favor clearing all those ghouls out of Moonrise. That old bonebag Kethric had some fancy junk stashed behind all the cobwebs and piles of gore.
You looted Moonrise?
Didn't you? Figured we only got the scraps you didn't have the strength to carry.
That's true. That's actually true. Let me see these fancy items.
I tried to fool a Sharpie like you.
Mattis has a pretty good necklace
Have a
here.
look.
I love Mattis. I was just surprised to see him alive down here.
Tempest awoke on the Mind Player vessel, deja vu they thought. It seems the gods have given me another chance, a mind restored, and yet that hunger deep in my stomach lingers. I must fight the urge. I must.
That's gonna be our next
These
run.
hands will not kill without need anymore. I will be better. I must be better. For a second chance at life is rarely given and so easily taken. Cheer 50.
You're so real for that. I'm probably gonna make another Tempest run because I really want to do another Astarian Romancer run. I know. Yeah. Also, thank you so much for the bits, Kylo. He really does have plot armor. Like everyone in Moonrise is deceased right now. Scabby Pugilist Circlet. Your weapon and unarmed attacks deal additional 2 damage while surrounded by 2 or more foes. That could be nice. Okay, where are all my bags? Okay, first we'll give him some of these. The Moon Devotion. Okay. This is just in my inventory. Do I? Oh, here it is. Okay. We're stealing. I do want to steal that. I can turn into a raven with that? That's cool. While wearing the amulet, the wearer's jump and flying speed increases 1.5 meters, and they gain the Featherfall condition. Featherfall's effect will persist while the wearer is polymorphed or wild-shaped. That is so cool. I don't know why I imagine Tempest speaking so very elegantly. You know what? Yeah, I could see Tempest wanting to be a little elegant. I could see that. Like, ultimately he's not, but I could see it. Blue, thanks for, spawning the Wither. Okay, I think the rest of this stuff is things that we gave him, but we will take that potion of invisibility. And I don't know. I don't think we really need anything else. That necklace is cool, but I know I'm not going to use it. We can take it anyway. Why not? Okay. I'm going to be so sad when that glitch is patched out. It's going to change so many things for me, and not in a good way. I have so many... Oh, these were from fighting earlier. Okay. I forgot I'd never cleared out my inventory after fighting everyone in Moonrise. Literally everyone in Moonrise. Okay. Yeah, everyone has so much stuff to get rid of. Idol of Saloon. I want to give that to Shadowheart. I keep forgetting. Okay, we'll hold on to the rest of the stuff for now, I think.
Stay away from trap chests.
When the glitch is patched out, there'll be an obscure YouTube video 15 minutes later explaining the new backpack glitch. That would be so funny. I hope you're right. That's so funny. Wither Tempest Dark Urge Honor Mode run. We'll do it. Our next run. Which one of you?
If you want to chat, talk to Nestor. I like my personal space.
I can respect that. Real. We'll talk to Nestor.
Donations?
I'll make
Food,
a donation.
Sundries, gold. These poor refugee sods
There's
need
a
all the
glitch
help
with
they
that
can
amulet,
get.
but I don't remember how to trigger it. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Thank you.
I can't believe everyone disapproved, but Shadowheart. Shadowheart's so cool. What is my... Okay. Cazadork must die. Oh, trust, he will. He will die. He's not gonna survive. Okay. I don't really know where this other Orin is. I might look it up later and do it next stream.
Don't pay me any mind now. I'm just trying to make sure everyone gets fed.
Did I click on you? I must have. Okay.
Nani?
Let's go deal with the people in the mansion. Or not mansion, that's just a house. I actually really like the idea of Tempest being pushed back, knowing what they have done, and desperately trying not to repeat their mistakes.
Keep those thugs away
Yes.
from my family.
I love that, Kylo.
Get this out of my house now!
What's gross about that,
Arthur,
Blue?
Sweetheart, you paid me and my boys to be caravan guards, not cattle wranglers. If you want us to get our hands dirty, it'd be our pleasure. But that'll be extra.
Does no one we meet ever get along?
Not if they're trying to help themselves to other people's property. I just want to remove these unlawful interlopers from my property.
We're gonna... No, I think Willow would just tell him to relax. Willow wouldn't even think about detecting thoughts. You don't need all this space.
My point exactly.
They're like kobolds. You let one in and soon the place will be crawling with them.
That's crazy.
I'm a very magnanimous individual, but this is my home. Either they leave or I'll make them.
I was saying this last night, but like, it's kind of wild. If this guy wasn't such a dickhead about it, we probably would agree with him. I have the evilest idea. Tempest's entire last journey was a nightmare during their time on the Mind Flayer pod, so they have this really hazy precognition of what's to come. That's wild. That's wild. I'm still doing that thing where you pickpocket the hell out of vendors, keeping a hireling back at camp, then level the hireling up to refresh all the vendors' inventory so I can keep I didn't know that was a thing. That is so interesting. That is really cool. Oof. We'll try the intimidation. Oh, no, we're not gonna do this. Oh, never mind. We got that fucking nat 20. Willow is so intimidating. Pacifist Tempest, the whole gang. I don't really know that pacifism is the best bet, my guy. Tempest, you may kill for our survival and judge you I will not, but I shall never end a life ever again. You guys are giving Tempest trauma.
Fine.
Which,
They
yeah,
can
that makes
stay.
sense.
Just don't blame me when they turn
Low
on you
key
like
though,
the
actually
mongrels they
selectively
are.
having Tempest only be able to do support actions would be an interesting way to play.
Respect your hustle, sweetheart.
That would be
But
fun.
it won't work on me. You
Girl,
stepped
what?
on the guild's toes. And we'd like a little something to make it better.
Over my dead
You took
body.
the words right out of my mouth.
Oh no, Willow doesn't go first, but everyone else does. Okay, who has the most health? It's that main girl, the spokesperson. Okay, which one is the disarming? And we'll look at the far realms it. Oh, she saved on the disarming attack? That's so lame. Okay, she dropped her weapon. Okay, I do realize things that don't recharge on a short rest, I need to be a little not use them all up. Because I want to go do the circus at some point soon. Ooh, and we'll paralyze. Nice. Can we paralyze you too? Or is that just like a one-time thing? I don't really remember where he gets that paralyzed from. Like, I don't know why he can do that. But it's cool. I like it. Armor vendor selling condoms called that Goonie Fentonson. That's wild. That's so wild. So Godson, during my Gloomwalker Thief playthrough, I stacked all sorts of sleight of hand bonuses and I basically could only fail at stealing if I rolled lower than a 5 or something silly. That's so cool. That sounds really fun. Charisma and magic build. Charisma to avoid combat, magic to heal, and use various support spells. Do sorcerers get a lot of support spells? Because I feel like I would want to make Tempest a sorcerer still. That would be really fun. I don't know if I would stream that, but that would be fun. Oh, his amulet? Buddy, what are you wearing? It's when he crits. That is so cool. I completely forgot about that. Okay. Willow is a good playthrough, so we're not gonna just area of effect. Okay. I think we'll just focus on this guy. Because he's right there. Yeah, his amulet. I believe it gives him on-demand paralysis on crit. Sadly, it doesn't work in the current patch for the Assassin Rogue's automatic crits. Oh, that's so sad. Maybe Tempest has found God and became a cleric. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. I'll have to do some thinking on that. Because I do like that idea.
Here we go again.
The fact that we didn't get Aberrant Mind Sorcerer in Baldur's Gate 3 makes me see like nothing else. I've only ever played bards in like actual tabletop D&D. So Baldur's Gate 3 is my first exposure to like actually getting to intimately know about a lot of the other classes. What is that sorcerer like? Because I'm not familiar with it. Loser's paralyzed. That's so sad. We'll try a disarming attack. Okay.
There's blood in the air.
How long does man stay paralyzed for? Oh, only one more turn. Okay. Rest in peace.
Let's end this. Got to press on.
This reminds me of my friend's stance that cleric is the funniest possible class for dirge. Get amnesia'd and dedicate your life to a whole other god. Right? I love that. That is so funny to me. It's so silly. It's like you're part aberration in some way, with one of the backgrounds literally being you got infected with a tadpole and the transformation failed. That would be so interesting in Baldur's Gate. My dirge was a cleric. So my first dirge that I've ever played as was a bard. Most of my dirges are bards, actually. I have a couple of other Dark Urge runs where I'm playing as the Dark Urge, and they are also bards. The one, Tempest obviously was a sorcerer. We kept with that because I wanted to try it out. I have since learned that sorcerer, not great if you want to actually utilize the Slayer. My Slayer form was pathetic. So I kind of want to play Dark Urge with the form that would actually work well with the Slayer. So I think that would be really cool.
Time to see what new horror's waiting for us.
Okay.
How much further can I go?
Not quite sure why you stood up for us like that, but I won't say I'm not grateful. Thanks. And may Torm keep you.
So slay. Yeah, how'd you end up here?
Same way lots of us did. Trying to get away from the army of the Absolute.
That's so
if
fair.
you had the chance to put a roof over your family's heads after being on the run for Torm knows how long, wouldn't you?
Can't argue with that, actually. It's really fun gameplay-wise because you get the psionic sorcery feature, which lets you cast enchantment spells with your sorcery points instead of spell slots. Oh, that's good. That is so good. My first dirge had 8 intelligence, wisdom, and charisma worked out for my roleplay choices. That's so interesting. I struggle. Like, I usually play very high charisma characters in Baldur's Gate, so not playing high charisma characters sometimes is a little bit of a struggle for me, just because the things that I usually try to do in game don't work out as well when I don't play as a bard. My dirge was a paladin with Oath of Where's My Manager or Oathbreaker. Oh, your Karen build? That was kind of iconic, actually. My Selûnite cleric, Romancing Shadowheart, both refusing our gods together. We love to see it. My dirge was a bard because I thought, fuck you, dad, becoming the Avatar of Murder is your dream. I'm gonna be a musician. Was a funny premise. A lot of my dirges are bards just because I like playing bard. That was it. I also think the idea of somebody who was handcrafted to be like the perfect assassin being a bard was just intrinsically funny to me. An actual D&D game as a paladin with an oath to accompany like a contractual agreement would be funny. That would be wild. I also had Daryl Eugene, who was just a fighter. My sister's first Dark Urge character is named Loathsome Larry, and I think they're also just a fighter. I just love that they're named Loathsome Larry. Like, good for them. I had a Dirge Cleric of Kelmvor, and he was so much fun to play. That is fun. Charisma's a really important stat in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, no, for real. Especially in Act 2. Raging, there's literally Oath of the Crown. It can work. That is so true. That could work. No one's telling you to leave. Have all the roof
We
you
will
want.
stay. For now. I just hope he doesn't pay anyone else to come sniffing round. Thank you. And may
I mean, I'll
Torm
kill him
keep
for you.
You're the first person in this city to have our backs. Thank you. Really.
Willow just made a friend.
Seems simple enough.
Gods. Like to be evicted?
Did I find the key to this?
That's curious.
No, I didn't. Okay. Baby girl, do your thing. Do your thing. Not the nat one on one of those.
Can't give up now.
I didn't think I was gonna be in the low rollers club, and maybe I'm not because I did just roll a nat 20 earlier. My rolls in Baldur's Gate have been a little abysmal lately. I think I really just need to focus on the tripwires. I don't actually need to disarm all the fireworks. This is just for fun. Okay, you guys better perceive.
Best avoid that trap.
I guess we're not gonna perceive.
Take heed.
Thank you, Lae'zel. If it wasn't for Lae'zel, we would all be senders right now. Nobody else could see the very obvious tripwire.
Traps. How considerate.
Where's the other tripwire? Here it is. Okay.
Be wary. This place is a trap.
I am gonna be picking up some of those firework boxes. These should work as explosives too, like the old ones. I don't see why not.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Not all the traps. My honor run ended with a total of 38 nat 20s and 39 nat 1s. I didn't start getting a reasonable number of nat 20s until Act 3. Oof. I've been able to roll nat 20s for like the 2 big like 99 rolls. So in that sense, I feel like I am pretty lucky.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Alright, love that. Love that.
It's big.
Not you
Still
succeeding
young.
your nature roll.
Heavens help the hunter if its mother
Looks
caught
like a
them.
trap. We love Shadowheart. Finding all the traps. So slay of her. Okay. We might need to rest. A little short rest at the very least. I know this is where we find out that Gortash is paying people
Just a
to
brief
blow up
respite.
refugees. We know this. What do you mean Lae'zel disapproves? Why does the gang disapprove? What do they disapprove of? They did it. What do you mean? They were the ones that did it. I'm so mad at them. Gang, this is not going well. Were you trying to make him say rawr? I was.
A young cave bear, killed and stuffed before its teeth were fully grown.
Oh, slay.
It's big, but still young.
I know he still will because we were
Heavens
doing this
help the
last night.
hunter if its mother caught them.
We are literally at like the same place in this game as I am with my game with Ava and
Still
Gizmo.
young. Heavens
That
help the
Gizmo
hunter if
streams.
its mother caught them.
Not my perception failed.
It's big.
Okay.
But still young.
Man's a
Heavens help the
yapper. What
hunter
can we
if its
say?
mother caught them.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Yeah, we're fine.
Not over, then through.
We're fine. Oh no! Gordy is evil? Who would have thought? I'm so surprised. It's shocking raging. But honestly, depending on who you ask, that ups his appeal. When you have played Bard, was it pure Bard or multi-class? I've never multi-classed a Bard. I just like playing Bard. But I do know that you can do some cool multi-class builds with them. Genuinely did not know that Gort was the one who wanted the refugees blown up. Yeah, I think you're supposed to like find a letter. The flirtatious letter that they took out of the game was between Gortash and the fireworks guy, I think. But yeah, that's who put him up to it. That's his cartoonishly evil behavior.
Everyone deserves the chance to make some coin.
I don't know which fist I'm supposed to speak to that turns into Orin. So we'll just go ahead and secure our way into the circus. Pavi or Paladin whose particular oath demands the death of all hamsters and you just met Mensk and immediately turned Boo into a shish kebab. That's so cruel. I'd break my oath for Mensk.
all of this? A necessity, good sir. The Steel Watch loves pretending sweet Rivington doesn't exist. So we have decided to protect you, dear patrons. No
Gord is
need
only
to
allowed to write
thank
flirty
us.
letters to
You'll be
Dirge, I
allowed in
say.
once I've done this
That
once.
is so fair.
Next.
That's so fair. If that was their justification, I'll agree with it.
And welcome to the circus.
Honestly,
of
I
the
adore
last
Gort
days.
anyway.
The
You're so
finest
real for that.
extra-plainer circus there is.
I'd like to enter the
Not a
circus,
problem, dear
please. Oh, we
Benji
get to get the
just has to
clown
check if you're a
makeup.
vicious
This is gonna be so
murderer.
slay.
Benji?
We can just do all the circus stuff. Or not all the circus stuff. I think we're just gonna get in and then wrap up. Because we are getting close to the time that I usually like to end. Piss and iron?
Oh, well, that's a first.
That's
Usually
nasty.
I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances. Move along. No circus for you.
But I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Actually just been hired. I do martial arts. Oh, I thought I was gonna get maybe a little bit of a bonus for being a monk, but that's fine. I enjoyed the idea of really weird stipulations in your oath. What do you mean I have to refer to everyone as sir? And how do you expect me to never put my right foot down on Tuesdays? That's wild.
I hope you're good. The red cap's got a little too
I've never
excited
played
when
Paladin
the last one
before.
nicked himself. Welcome to
Especially,
the
like,
circus. A motley
in a
crew
real
of
D&D
misfits
game.
and morons.
I guess you could get really weird with the oath stipulations. That's really funny. Okay, we're gonna put on clown makeup. I'm gonna get some clown makeup. I'm so excited. I really think this is the honor mode run where we're gonna beat the game. I'd like to buy your face paints. We're gonna have to check thoughts on this one. Why did the guidance only give me a +1? That's so mean. Shadowheart's guidance is always ass. Double ones.
Not understand common. Do you want to buy face paints?
She says like she's speaking common. Okay. We will give her the bag because I don't purchase things anymore. Steal all the face paints, all the dyes. Actually, we're just gonna no. Well, we'll take the disguise because that could be helpful. I have needed disguise spells in Baldur's Gate in Act 3 specifically. Okay, yeah. We're done. Oh, first we gotta send all the dice to camp. And then everything else can go in our inventory where it belongs. This didn't... Not me forgetting about the take all option. Okay. So... everyone has to put this on. I think Shadowheart looks really good in the face paint.
Not reaction.
She looks so slay in it.
Despite everything.
Okay, it's not exactly Willow's thing. Oh, right. Before we end, and I forget, we do need to go talk to Dame Aelin. In 630 hours, never once used a disguise. The disguise comes in handy when you get kicked out of places.
Don't waste a step.
It is more so a getting kicked out of places thing. Shadowheart looks good, really good in anything. That is so fair. True. Can't argue with that. I finished a Curse of Strahd game that went on for 2.5 years. We had a paladin who would constantly make the worst decisions because he was Oath of Devotion. His need to protect the party oftentimes put us in a lot of danger. He once pissed off Strahd because he wouldn't back down, and Strahd dragged him through the hells as a power move. That's wild. That is so wild. You could possibly do that with Warlock packs too. Some devil who thinks it's funny to have a really weird fine print in their deals. That is so true. Warlock and Paladin are really not all that different.
What do you know about me? You spoke of my past.
She's such a pretty goth
chased
clown.
by wolves.
Are you doing the Dijon scam?
No one about that.
We might do that next
Almost
time.
no one.
I think we might do that next time.
But I certainly didn't share that with you.
There is nothing I can tell you that you do not already know yourself. They trained you well, trained you hard. Chiseled away any part of you that did not fit their plan. They made you forget.
I chose to do that. For the mission to protect Shaz.
Secrets. Yes, that is an old song, girl. Your goddess cares more for her precious secrets than she does her devotees.
Get to the point.
When you freed me,
Maybe I should have done
you
this
severed
before
a
I put on the
bond
clown
between
makeup,
me and
actually.
that dog Thorm.
My back to man's I wear
bond of
clown
pain.
makeup. That's me. Me and my
His
pack that I
inflicted
have
on
with
me.
myself.
When I laid eyes on you, I sensed a similar bond. You, tethered to 2 others, someplace distant. Let me help you remember.
You feel Shadowheart's mind tug at the edges of your own. You know this sensation.
I forgot that I had red in my hair.
Whatever is about to be revealed.
Unless that's blood. All right, we're gonna open our minds.
Joins with Shadowheart's. Something pulls at you both, bringing you elsewhere.
Those Baldur's Gate 3 challenge YouTubers should do a Can You Beat a Baldur's Gate 3 as a Clown challenge. That would be really funny. I tried to make a clown. Me and a friend were doing honor mode runs Saturday on stream, and I kept making a cybergoth clown, and it was such a good time, but we kept losing very early in to like wild things. It was a good time though. I really want to do more things as a clown. Sorry, I'm actually only allowed to kill if I've spoken to someone called Jennifer within 12 hours. Oof. Good luck finding a Jennifer in a D&D fantasy world. I lost my first attempt at honor mode to the us impersonators at the crash site. They can fight hard. The wildest honor mode attempt
You already know.
was with my friend Moya on
Did you not
Saturday.
see yourself in
We
him?
were talking
Do
to
you not
Kaga,
recognize
and
your
they
own
had
blood?
cast. We were both playing as bards, and they had cast friend. That was him on Kaga.
That is him. He lives still.
To
And your
save
mother,
Arabella.
too.
No. And then after the conversation was over, Kaga started a fight.
And who told you that? Your
then
adoptive
all of the
family?
druids in the grove started killing the tieflings. And then
You
they
are
killed
not
us,
to
and it
blame.
was wild. It was crazy.
You were young, impressionable. They took you because they wanted to break and remake you. But you are a child no longer. You are a woman. One who knows what must be done.
My parents. I need to save them.
Yes. And we're gonna help. Hi, my name is Rogenland. Rogenald. My name is Rogenald. And I'm a recovering oathbreaker. I broke my oath by drinking a glass of semi-skimmed milk. Yeah, it turns out my oath demands I only drink full fat milk.
Your
That's
parents
wild.
are with your abductors.
What an oath.
You will need to return to their lair. But be warned. You may have once thought of them as comrades, mentors, friends, even lovers. They will all be enemies now.
Not all of them.
You have been forewarned.
There's
for what
one
is
in
to
there that will have Shadowheart's
But not
back,
yet
even though they're not in the fight. We're gonna... Willow's more the observe silently type.
How do you have it? I threw it into the Shadowfell.
Shar is quick to discard whatever she has no use for. I think you know that well enough. But I felt it call to me as I took flight. Whatever Shar calls her own, Selûne has equal claim to. They are one and the same. Their power is matched and mirrored. Take it. You will find it useful. What you do with it, that will be up to you. Same as before.
I'll need every advantage, it seems. Thank you.
Oh, that Sharon fight's gonna be really hard in honor mode,
You
isn't
returned
it?
my life unto me. Now go and claim your own.
I had an odd glitch in the grove for literally no reason. The angry druid lady literally just wanted to throw
Shar
hands.
torments you
That's
still.
annoying.
What a spiteful creature
Willow sit
she
on the
is.
floor playing with bugs right now.
This
Yeah, I
will
don't
not
know where they
stop
are in this
until you
cutscene.
take action. See that your parents'
I
sacrifices
got
are
attacked
not
once for
in
using
vain.
friends, and since then I've
Allow the
never
Moon
ever
Maiden to
ever
guide
used that
you at
spell.
last.
Yeah, I had never used it before. So I like didn't even realize that was something to like warn him about. Okay, Shadowheart should be dyeing her hair any day now. And I think with that, we're gonna wrap up. This was fun. The two fights I was the most scared of that we did today ended up literally not being that big of a deal. So that was cool. Next time, we're gonna do the circus. We're gonna fight a clown. It's gonna be such a great time. We're gonna find Orin, and then we're gonna come back and do the love test. Alright, I'm quitting the game. Advice for the Sharon fight: run back into the hall, use area of effect in the hallway choke point, and use the globe of invulnerability. That is so smart. I like that idea. I really do. Okay. Who is live that we can raid into? Oh, there's so many options. There's so many options. Okay. I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Alahobia. Actually, they look like they might be wrapping up. I cannot tell. They usually don't stream for much longer than 2 hours. All right, change of plans. I was trying to pick somebody that we hadn't been out to in a while, but I know June just got started and she'll be live for a while. I'm gonna send you guys over to June again. She's playing Persona 3. So that'll be fun. Oh, what did you get auto-modded for? Have a mental image of Willow taking Lae'zel to the swamp and introducing her to the various frogs and other things, and Lae'zel is just like, why did I follow this crazy woman? Oh, I think crazy woman got flagged for misogyny. Automod, where have you forsaken me? Automod just hates you, Kylo. But yeah, people on Twitch, I'm gonna send you guys over to June. She is playing Persona 3, the remake. I don't really know much about Persona 3, so I can't tell you where she's at in the story, but she's been playing it for a little while. So I guess if you're worried about spoilers, be aware. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I had a great time. People on YouTube, I will see you all next Tuesday where we pick up right where we left off. And people on Twitch, I will see y'all on Thursday, our usual time, 6 p.m. EST, for some more Cult of the Lamb, which I'm very excited about. Alright, let's get this raid started. And I am going to go see my cat, I guess. I don't know. But that's it for me. Good night.